And let's get some synthwave going. All right, need to crank up the volume. Okay, so the place that we left off, we were bringing in low-debounce, and I believe it turns out that there is no... right. We would need allow synthetic imports, which we've put in a bunch of places, because it doesn't seem to be doing what we want. Oh, and we've got that there. And referencing its default export. So I don't think start as is what we want then. That was it. Okay, so now low-debounce is there and we just haven't used it yet. Perfect. Let me pop out chat here. So yeah, we're live on YouTube if anyone prefers to lurk there instead. We can just call it debounce. So now we're using debounce right there. Okay, yeah, so... this is the part we care about. Oh, but we'd want to do a promisified debounce, right? All right, so user Q. Let's just call it Q. This is an array of strings. We don't actually need to await that. And then Vapi is just a Vapi instance. All right, so then speech end handler. User queue.current and the Vapi instance. Now, debounce is actually missing something. Yeah, the second thing is the wait. Let's say 5 seconds of not doing anything. Okay. So then we're doing one more thing inside of here. So if there's a username and a subscriber, then we're good. And yes, we have the username commented out so that other people can do it. Cool. This is, it's a fix. Debounce the speech end event. All right, so we're gonna get that pushed up, and we should be a little closer. Let's see. Will it blend? Any minute now. Any minute now. Well, I wonder if DM Mulroy is joining us tonight. I haven't seen anything from him, so I hope so. Really like to finish what we got so far. That'd be good. All right, so super viewers, let's refresh. Enable debugging via that. Okay, so I need some people with subs to test this out. So here's me, test. Maybe throw your own test message on if you can.
Bits. CMGRIFFING, also known as Captain Griffin, is a superhero with the...
Ah, damn it. It ended too soon. Oh. Yes, I know why it ended too soon, too. Okay. Technically... Yep, and this was the thing we were kind of getting at yesterday. Because we're going to get the speech end event and then a speech start event. The speech start also needs to prevent us from calling what we did. Right. Okay. Yeah, so maintaining this state is a little bit trickier, but we can do this. Here's how we want this done. Yeah. We're going to maintain a reference. Right, so is speaking is then going to have a current value that we want to set here. So we want to set is speaking.current to true when we start, to false when we end. And then in here, our debounced handler would then look at that as the value when it finally gets called. So it needs to take that in. Right, is speaking is a Boolean. If is speaking, return. Easy, right? Oh, but no, we want this to be an object because we want to be able to modify the reference. Still speaking, bailing out of speech end. Okay. Git add source. So yeah, anyone have any other theories or ideas about how we could do this, like kind of like debounced, like, hey, are we still talking logic better? Right now I think the reference is fine, or like the ref. Get rid of that. But it's maybe not fully intuitive. There's like a lot of stuff kind of happening in a lot of places. I'd like to really think about how we handle this elsewhere. All right, so deploy is still going. We'll wait to test this again. And yeah, how's everyone's week going so far? Pretty chill? I hope so. All right, so I refreshed over there. We got that set. Let's make sure it works at least for a full playthrough for just me.
Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING, also known as Cosmic Griffin, is a superhero with the ability to harness energy from the stars, granting them cosmic powers of flight, energy manipulation, and celestial awareness. Originally a scientist working on space exploration, they were exposed to a cosmic phenomenon that altered their DNA, giving them their newfound powers. CMGRIFFING now travels the universe, protecting planets from cosmic threats and defending the innocent from interstellar villains.
Speech has ended. Cool. Can I get anyone else to try it?
Thank you for the bits. Olivostorus is a powerful Earth-based superhero. Their superpowers involve controlling and manipulating the Earth itself, allowing them to create seismic waves and shape the land to their will. Olivostorus gained their powers after being exposed to an ancient artifact found deep within the Earth. Their origin story involves a journey of self-discovery, as they learn to harness their abilities to protect the planet from various threats. Their name reflects their connection to the Earth and their unwavering strength. Certainly. Olivostorus is a remarkable superhero with the ability to channel the powers of both lightning and a mighty bull. Their lightning-based abilities enable them to generate electrical bolts, manipulate electrical currents, and unleash devastating thunderstorms. Additionally, their bull heritage provides them with enhanced strength, speed, and durability. Olivostorus acquired their powers when they rescued a sacred mystical bull, becoming one with its spirit. With a fearless heart and the gift of lightning, Olivostorus fights tirelessly to protect innocence and uphold justice. Their name embodies their dual nature, blending lightning and the mighty strength of a bull. Thank you for the bits. Olivostorus, the Bull Guardian.
Hold on, I gotta refresh it. Yeah. No, I get that. That makes sense. Number one, I wish I had the option of not listening to my microphone. That would be way better. Right, if I'm gonna be handling the prompting myself. What I also want to do we're going to maintain some state just here. And this is just going to be what do we want to call it? User cache? Yeah, sure. All right, so user cache is equal to that. It's a record. We haven't used it yet, but we should. So the main bit there Initiate Vapi response. Uses global state for simplicity. All right, so what we're doing right now is pretty much down to the fact that we're not doing a proper state machine. We're going to need to refactor into a proper state machine, I think, and then just have like a loop that we run on like an interval. Every 5 seconds, we just check to see if the queue is full. I think that would be better than what we're currently doing. But for now, we'll just do this. So if... let's say user cache username and date.now is greater than user cache plus, oh, five times 60 times 1, 2, 3. So every 5 minutes. And let's make it every 1 minute, right? Nice and easy. So actually, let's do this. User cache TTL is equal to that. So then it would be plus user cache TTL. So if it is less than that, then we do that. Otherwise, delete user cache username. All right, so basically, oh, hold on. If it's less, and actually, no, we don't need to delete. We just say it's equal to date.now. Never mind. So if we have a cached value and date.now is less than that cache plus the 5 minutes, then we simply skip them and continue. Otherwise, we update the cache with now and let things continue. Yeah. All right, there we go. You like this beanie? Yeah, I like this beanie too. I think it fits me the best. Frames my head better. All right, so here we go, pushing that up again. Then we'll test some more. For some reason, I don't think we're managing the queue properly. And we do need to make sure we maintain a good, proper queue. So, yeah, we've got some issues with that we'll have to fine-tune. Not a big deal. And we'd have to do the same thing for an extension as well. I'd have to really look at how the sound alerts extension works to see if we could actually make what we're doing fit that model. I think it should work. All right, let's try refreshing. All right.
Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING, also known as Codemaster, is a cutting-edge superhero with a background in computer programming. They possess the ability to control and manipulate technology with their mind. With an origin story rooted in a top-secret government experiment gone wrong, they gain extraordinary powers over all forms of digital communication. Their binary mind allows them to hack into any system, form impenetrable firewalls, and even control robotic entities. Codemaster fights cybercrime and uses their exceptional skills to protect the world from cyber threats, all while maintaining their secret identity as a brilliant software engineer by day.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, not sure. So here's the thing. What I'm testing now is, as that's talking, I need other people with subs to chime in too, right? Because we want to really see if the queue is working properly. So I need y'all to help me test that queue. It will only work for mods, or not mods, sorry, people with subscriptions for the time being.
Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING, also known as Thunderbird, is a superhero with the ability to control and manipulate electricity. Blessed with this power, after surviving a lightning strike during a camping trip, CMGRIFFING became a force for good, using their electrifying abilities to protect the innocent and fight against injustice. With lightning-fast reflexes and the ability to project powerful bolts of electricity, Thunderbird is an electrifying presence on the battlefield. Their origin story serves as a reminder that sometimes the greatest power can come from a shocking event. Thank you for sharing. Z33EB, also known as the Codebreaker, is a superhero with the ability to instantly understand and solve complex codes, puzzles, and technological challenges. Their origin story begins when they were just a child. They were caught in a cyber attack that left them in a coma. Upon waking, they discovered they had developed an incredible understanding of technology which they used to fight cybercrimes and protect the digital realm. With their brilliant mind and lightning-fast problem-solving skills, the Codebreaker is a formidable force against any virtual threat. Thank you for the bits. Z33EB, also known as the Electric Dynamo, is a superhero with the ability to manipulate and control electricity. They gained these powers after a freak lightning storm struck their laboratory, imbuing them with electrifying abilities. Z33EB can generate powerful lightning bolts, create magnetic fields, and move at supercharged speeds. Their origin story involves using their newfound powers to protect their city from a gang of technologically enhanced criminals, ultimately becoming a beacon of hope for citizens in need.
Okay, so we've still got a bug. What I want to do next is turn debugging off for TMI. I also want to turn off some of the noise we're getting from Vapi. So hold on. Ah, damn it. I don't have the console persisting. Preserve log. There we go. Let me just test one more time.
Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING is a superhero known as Cybermaster. They have the ability to manipulate and control all forms of technology, allowing them to hack into systems, control machinery, and even disrupt electronic signals. Their origin story begins when they were a computer engineer who was exposed to a mysterious source of energy during a lab accident, granting them their cybernetic abilities. Now, Cybermaster uses their powers to protect the digital world from cyber threats and criminal activity, all while maintaining their secret identity as a mild-mannered tech consultant.
Okay, so let me think about this. Oh, I wonder, is it still listening to my microphone? My name is CM Griffing. All right, cool. So we don't care about the volume level one. I don't think we care about message. That would be part of why message wasn't annotated how I thought it would be. So call has stopped, right? Send, add message. Oh, that would be part of it, I think. This is going to be send message to Vapi. That means Vapi needs to go first. So we do it when we first start. Then we also want to do it in our handler here. So speech and handler. So that still should have been doing it. Yeah, I think we're gonna want to make this like timer based, like a timer based state machine. Take it easy, Alaba. So yeah, I want to analyze the queue as we're doing some of this. And the lack of the transcript stuff should help too. Because I was just getting a lot of noise. Yeah, so fix, improve logging. Ooh, shoulder pop. Okay, so that should be live now. I almost want to start shipping like the latest commit or something. That would be nice.
Thank you for the bits. One space case would be a superhero known for their ability to manipulate space and time. Their origin story would involve an experiment gone wrong, granting them the power to warp space and time at will. One space case would use their powers to transport themselves and others to different dimensions, alternate realities, and travel through time to prevent disasters. They would be known for their quick thinking and ability to adapt to any situation, making them a formidable force for good in the universe.
Interesting. Okay. What that actually hints to me at, looking at my logs over there, yeah, so initiate Vapi response. Where are we doing this? I think there's a point where we're not pushing to the queue. Yeah, so that's the main goal. In the future, it would only happen when someone donates bits, which would be useful. But this is the big issue. We're not doing this. I want to do that. We're going to do it in both places. All right, and then here, maybe temporary. So yeah, pushed to queue right there. After it started, it then looks at the queue. So where is our log of the queue happening? That would be here. So handle, speech, end. All right, so we're abusing pass by reference, but I think that's the way to go. At least for now, until we have a proper state machine for this. I don't feel like writing the state machine part yet until we at least get this somewhat working. And we might not need to refactor that. All right, time to throw a lurk on somebody else. Sure. Pass user queue a different way. Yeah, so I wonder if the mutability aspect of it there actually solves this. So yeah, a little bit of fiddling here, just trying to maintain our queue and our state so that we wait till it's done, finished, like, talking to start up another. But we also want to make sure we're not dropping people.
Thank you for the bits. One space case would be a superhero known for their ability to manipulate gravity. Their origin story involves a science experiment.
Sorry, hold on. I need to refresh, because we're not ready for that yet. My bad. Yeah, I use Zish. I don't care. Right? The entire point is to not worry about it. So if it's already automatic, it's fine, right? Get commands are some of the few things I can type without looking at my hands. The more I have to think about it, the less value I gain from just letting muscle memory take over. The amount of keys pressed is not a factor in carpal tunnel at all. It's about posture. Oh no, we got a failure. What? Oh, I missed a spot. I missed a spot. There it is. I just don't care, right? Get commit -m is not that big of a deal for me. Right? The moment I become complacent or, you know, used to GC MSG, then I need it on every device I use. I'd rather just maintain that muscle memory, and I don't need to install a thing on every single device I want to use. Sorry. Like, no thank you. The only thing I do even similar to that is get LG, just because I want a slightly better log, but that's it. So, yeah, sorry, but no thank you. I don't see any value to that. Type issue. All right, you know what's even better? Good auto completion. Right, I can just hit tab instead. And that works pretty much everywhere. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't like installing extra stuff if I don't have to. Right, and I mean like specifically for the OS. For dependencies, yeah, sure. But anonymous gifter, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. Sokolo, Harper, Tinzo, Spirit, and Xylin. Appreciate you. That's fine. It still requires that you're running Zish on anything you launch up, right? So if you don't have Zish, then you gotta install Zish too. We are trying to deploy this thing. I want to see if my logs improve a bit. All right, so people with subs, let's test this out.
Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING is a superhero known as Tech Titan. They have the ability to control and manipulate technology with their mind, allowing them to hack into any system and create powerful energy blasts from electronic devices. Their origin story starts with a freak accident where they were struck by lightning while working in a high-tech lab, granting them these incredible abilities. Tech Titan uses their powers to fight cybercrime and protect the world from technological threats.
Okay, interesting. So I think I see the bug there. Right? When I pushed to queue, your name was in that queue. But when we're logging the queue... Ah, that would be it. We don't want to shift that if we're still speaking. There we go. That was the whole problem, I think. Now, we're not ready yet, Lava. The goal is for you to send your message while the voice is going. Okay? So I'll kick it off, and then I need you to chime in while it's actually running. Yeah, that's fine, mentally toxic. That only works for things that you want to have trigger re-renders. So you can use references or use ref for things that don't need to trigger a re-render or a rebuild of whatever you're doing in the use effect. So you should probably be making heavy use of refs if you don't want to actually recreate anything. The key is it something that requires a re-render, such as the data in a form field? I might have wanted to do like a less than or equal. I thought we were already doing less than or equal. But yeah, for this stream, we'll never let it be less than 1. Let me find it, though. Okay, so hold on. Are you talking about... Wait, where did I even put that? Oh, it is in initiate Vapi response, right? So then up here, we're just looking for used bits greater than or equal to min bits. So where do you see the less than 1? Line 60? So yeah, if it's 1, then we're fine. I could say or equal, but our check is fine. So the message is just slightly inaccurate. Whatever. Yeah, refs can get really tricky too, right? They're basically bailing out of the React like render cycle. So then you need to manage that render cycle yourself, possibly with like timestamps and weirdness, but it's doable. I think one of the most important things to recognize is that using refs and external state is really how things like TanStack query works, TanStack router, right? The ability to be like framework agnostic means that they basically have to write the core outside of the framework. So yeah, right? Looking at how TanStack maybe rationalizes their external state with internal React state might actually be useful to understand that pattern. I haven't looked close enough, so I don't know for sure. But yeah, no, I think that was good. At least fixing the that log message. So good call there. Mentally toxic, I think. Oh, Spooky. Spooky's the one that said that. Reorder the is speaking check and the shift from the queue. All right, so I think that might actually do it for us. Is it good? Not necessarily, because a state machine, you know, that gets rationalized on a timer is probably the better way to go. We may end up needing more like state bubbled up from the instance to actually make the state machine work properly. So like the Vapi instance, like telling us if it's speaking rather than us managing if it's speaking. That would be useful too, I think. But yeah, let's get this deployed. Let's test it out again. All right, so while my test is going, I'm gonna need your help.
Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING, also known as Captain Griff, is a high-tech superhero. With their advanced robotics knowledge, they have built a suit of armor embedded with powerful electromagnetic technology. This allows them to manipulate and control electromagnetic fields at will. They can generate energy shields, create magnetic force fields, and even redirect energy attacks. Captain Griff's origin story began when they witnessed a devastating accident caused by a rogue energy surge. Determined to prevent such incidents, they devoted their life to mastering electromagnetism and became the protector of their city, using their powers to defend against threats and ensure peace. Olivostoros, the mythic Minotaur. Born from ancient legends and mythos, Olivostoros possesses immense strength and durability. Their origin story began with an ancient curse cast upon a remorseful warrior who had unwittingly slain a sacred creature. Transformed into the mighty Minotaur, Olivostoros discovered their ability to channel primal earth energy. With a mighty roar, they can create seismic tremors, create impenetrable earthen barriers, and manipulate the very ground beneath their hooves. As the guardian of nature, Olivostoros uses their powers to preserve the balance between mankind and the natural world, ensuring that harmony reigns supreme. Four-wheel gator, the off-road vigilante. Gifted with incredible agility and strength, Four-wheel gator is a superhero who possesses the traits of a gator, mastering both land and water. With razor-sharp reflexes and enhanced sensors, they can glide effortlessly through any terrain. Their unique power lies in the ability to transform their limbs into powerful wheels, granting them incredible speed and maneuverability. This allows Four-wheel gator to chase down criminals, swiftly navigate through urban landscapes, and even traverse treacherous swamps with ease. Having witnessed their family being victimized by a gang with a getaway speedboat, Four-wheel gator took it upon themselves to fight against crime, their reptilian instincts guiding them to protect the innocent and bring justice to the city. Spooky's 82, the paranormal guardian. Born from a family lineage of ghost hunters, Spooky's 82 has honed their inherited spectral powers to battle otherworldly threats. With a keen intuition for the supernatural, they possess the ability to commune with spirits, banish malevolent entities, and harness ectoplasmic energy. Embracing their destiny after a haunted encounter in their youth, Spooky's 82 embarks on a mission to protect the living from the forces of the beyond. Armed with spectral weaponry and a deep knowledge of arcane rituals, they confront haunted locations and restless spirits, ensuring that peace prevails in both the mortal and ethereal realms. Clock 17, the timekeeping enigma. Blessed with the ability to manipulate time and space, Docklock 17 fights to preserve the balance of the temporal continuum. Their origin story began when they stumbled upon a mysterious artifact in an ancient clock tower, granting them control over time itself. They can manipulate the flow of time, create temporal fields, and even glimpse into parallel dimensions. Bound by a sense of duty to protect the chronoverse, Docklock 17 battles those who seek to disrupt the fabric of time. With their enigmatic powers, they ensure that history unfolds as it should and that the past, present, and future remain intact. Docklock 17, the Timekeeper Guardian. Born from a freak accident in a lab where they were testing time machines, Docklock 17 gained the ability to control time. They can
All right,
slow,
mods,
stop, or even
try not
rewind
to,
time
or
in
not
short
mods, sorry,
periods.
people with subs, try not to chat until it's over. Oh, damn it.
I'm here to help. I'm here to help. Just let me know when you're ready to continue. Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING, also known as Captain Griffin, is a fearless superhero with the power to control the elements. Born from a freak storm, he gained the ability to manipulate earth, wind, fire, and water to protect the innocent. With his trusty Griffin companion by his side, Captain Griffin griffins against natural disasters and villainous foes alike. His unwavering courage and determination make him a formidable force for good in the world. Thank you for the bits. Spooky's 82 would be a vigilante superhero known for their ability to manipulate shadows and darkness. Their origin story would involve a traumatic experience.
Testing,
that led them
testing,
to embrace
testing.
their
Can you hear me, bot?
using it as a source
Hopefully
of
you
strength
can't
and
hear me
power.
anymore because I changed the microphone.
Spooky's 82 would use their dark abilities to fight
Alright, cool.
crime and protect their city from the shadows.
So that's the next step.
using
Make sure
surprise
it's
and
using a
intimidation to
microphone
their
that isn't my
advantage.
main mic.
Their mysterious and elusive nature would make them a figure of fear and respect among both villains and citizens alike.
Boom. Yeah, I'd say we're good. I'm gonna reload it. Let me go use the restroom. I think that deserves a victory. I think we've got the MVP of this thing working. So now it's bits only. Yeah. Yeah. I'm into it. Ooh. So yeah, tonight I'm going to have to actually put in some effort to like edit the videos together from the past 3 days. But that ain't no big deal. So yeah, let me use the restroom. And yeah, I'm really happy with our progress. Yeah, that worked out great. I am really happy with the progress. Cool. I can't wait to show this off, like, to someone like Adam.dev. How you doing, Mr. Sir? Sorry, I just had to use the restroom. What are you up to? How was your training thing? Like, you were exercising at the moment, right? Yeah, you were doing some training. Nice. That's cool, man. Good work. Are you out there? I want to demo what we got. All right, so everyone joining from Adam's raid. You ready to see? So I'll kick it off.
Thank you for the bits. CMGRIFFING would be a superhero known for their incredible strength and agility, with the ability to control and manipulate gravity. Their origin story begins when they were exposed to a mysterious energy.
So anyone with a
source during
sub, feel
scientific
free,
experiment.
chime in, send any
They would use
message,
their
and it'll
powers
add you to the
protect
queue.
their city from supervillains and
But that's
natural
only people with
disasters,
subs right
earning
now.
the nickname
Or you
Graviton.
can cheer 100 bits
Their
or
quick
more.
thinking and strategic mind make them a formidable hero, always ready to leap into action to save the day.
Anyone with a sub, feel free.
Thank you for the bits. Four-Wheel Gator would be a superhero with the ability to communicate with and control all reptiles. They would have enhanced strength,
Ooh.
speed, and agility, along
Reptile.
with the ability to generate armor
Instead.
scales. Four-Wheel Gator's origin story would involve a lab accident that granted them their reptilian
How's it going,
powers.
Dramatic?
They would use their abilities to protect both humans and reptiles alike, fighting for the harmony between the two worlds.
Then Pitbull should start up soon.
Pitbull Proton would be a superhero with
Yep.
the power to emit and control powerful blasts of energy from their hands.
I'm doing well.
Their combat skills and
We're testing
stamina
out our
would be
proof of
enhanced,
concept
and they
right
would
now.
have the ability to absorb and manipulate energy around them. Pitbull Proton's origin story would involve a scientific experiment gone wrong, resulting in their body being infused with proton energy. They would use their powers to defend the innocent and battle against energy-based villains, all while staying true to their Pitbull's loyal and protective spirit. I'm sorry, I cannot assist with that request.
Oh, PM Walls, it couldn't understand your name. Shit.
I'm sorry, I cannot assist with that request.
Oh. Rossum is the one it didn't do.
I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill that request. I'm sorry, I cannot assist with that request.
Oh, weak. No, I think... I don't know.
Thank you
I'm
for
not
the
sure.
bits. 5L8000 is a high-tech superhero with the ability to
think it's just your
manipulate and
name.
control all forms of technology. Their origin story began when they were struck by a bolt of lightning while working on a top-secret project, granting them the power to interface with and command any electronic device. As 5L8000, they used their powers to protect society from cyber threats, hacking attempts, and technological disasters, ultimately using their
So,
ability
Rossum,
to
try
ensure a safe
again.
and secure world for all.
You're still in the cache, so it'll take a minute before yours, you're able to do it again. Rossum might be good. Try it again, Rossum. And I think that would be useful. Oh, you're still in the cache. Let's just give it a minute. Let's take our time. Oh wow, is this Shad CN? Kind of looks like it, doesn't it? I'm not sure what they built it with, though. It is a nice site, though. All right, let's try it again. Rossum or PM Walls.
Thank you for the bits. Irossum1, a mysterious hero with the power to manipulate time itself.
Okay.
Emerging from a top
So
secret
it's maybe
government
once it
experiment gone
goes
awry,
long enough.
they gain the ability to slow down or speed up time at will. With a sleek black suit and a mask that conceals their identity, Irossum1 swiftly navigates through chaotic situations, their every move calculated to perfection. Whether it's freezing opponents in their tracks or evading bullets with ease, Irossum1 uses their powers to safeguard the innocent and restore balance to the world. Their enigmatic origins make them a force to be reckoned with. Meet Powermancer, otherwise known as PMWA, LS09, a mighty hero fueled by the elemental forces of nature.
Okay, so we just
Following
got into a
fateful
weird
encounter with
state.
an ancient artifact, PMWA LS09 gained the ability to control and manipulate the four elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. Donned in a vibrant suit adorned with symbols of the elements, PMWA LS09 gracefully commands the very forces of nature to protect the innocent. With a wave of their hand, they summon raging storms, create impenetrable walls of earth, conjure blazing infernos, and navigate swiftly on gusts of wind. PMWA LS09's journey from a curious explorer to a guardian of balance makes them an awe-inspiring force for justice. CMGRIFFING-A. K.A. Midnight Shadow is a hero of the night, cloaked in darkness and armed with the power to control shadows. Their origin lies in a mysterious encounter with a cosmic entity, gifting them the ability to meld into shadows, become invisible at will, and manipulate darkness to create solid constructs. Clad in a sleek midnight blue suit, Midnight Shadow strikes fear into the hearts of evildoers as they traverse the city under the cover of darkness. Equipped with cunning intellect and expert combat skills, they use their powers to protect the innocent and bring justice to the night. Midnight Shadow's enigmatic presence and formidable powers make them a formidable force against the forces of evil. PMWA LS09, also known as Prism, possesses the extraordinary ability to bend and manipulate light to their will. Born from a scientific experiment gone awry,
Prism,
they
I
gain
like
the power
that
to
one.
refract and amplify light energy. Donning a suit adorned with shimmering prismatic patterns, Prism can create dazzling illusions, project blinding beams, and even bend light to become invisible. With keen intellect and a heart of gold, they use their powers to protect the innocent and vanquish darkness. Through their shining presence, Prism brings hope to a world in need, forever standing as a beacon of light against the shadows.
Yeah, a bit like Tarek. Yep. So yeah, that's basically what we got. It currently works either for subs or for people who donate 100 bits or more. So yeah, not bad. So what I'm kind of wondering... Hey, what a good reminder. There you go. Oh.
GERELLT, the Crimson Guardian, emerges from the depths of
The Crimson Guardian.
Bonding with ancient artifacts, GERELLT gains superhuman strength, agility, and an uncanny ability to manipulate fire. With blazing fists and a fiery aura, they strike fear into the hearts of villains. Their origin story lies in their determination to protect the innocent after losing their family to injustice. GERELLT harnesses their powers to incinerate evil and ignite hope in the hearts of the oppressed, embodying the spirit of a true fiery guardian of justice.
I like the Australian voice, though. But yeah, not bad. I'm into it. Yeah, we might need to start, like, advertising it. I can just leave it running now, though. Which is pretty interesting.
Thank you for the bits. GERELLT, in a realm of knights and castles, their origin story begins as a skilled alchemist and scholar. Struck by a mystic comet, they're given the gift of controlling elements. They master alchemy, transforming common items into powerful weapons. Despite their potent abilities, they uphold a chivalrous respect for all life forms. Their power, combined with their captivating charm and intellect, makes them a rare and formidable superhero, GERELLT.
Yeah, it's not perfect. So here's the biggest thing I think we kind of need. I almost want it to be more like transactional.
Thank you for the bits. Sokolo is a superhero with the power to control and manipulate fabric.
Ooh.
They gain their powers after a freak accident with an experimental sewing machine.
So a seamstress?
Sokolo can use their powers to create impenetrable fabric shields, fashion clothes and gadgets on the fly, and even entangle and immobilize their enemies. With a keen eye for fashion and a passion for justice, Sokolo fights crime.
Ooh, I love the alliteration of that.
With their trusty needle and thread.
Keen eye for fashion and a passion for justice. Oh, you need to put that on your, like, you know, wherever you want. Yeah, I don't know, that's good.
Geralt is a formidable superhero with the ability to control and manipulate metal at will. Born into a family of blacksmiths, they were infused with mystical energy during a celestial event, granting them their extraordinary powers. Geralt can reshape metal into any form, from mighty weapons to impenetrable armor. They also possess superhuman strength and durability, making them a force to be reckoned with in the fight against crime. With a deep sense of honor and justice, Geralt uses their powers to protect the innocent and uphold peace in the city.
A little bit. So yeah, I'm gonna refresh. Yeah, I think we're in a really good place with this. Technically, I think we want to change what we got. It's no longer super viewers. We could still call them super viewers, but it's more like, viewer insights, or like, I don't know. Because theoretically, you could go and create your own public key and assistant ID. And then use your own prompt, your own choice for the voice, all this stuff. So that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so what is the major feedback that we need in some notes for this? Notes.md. Nice to haves. General. Notes about Vapi. So general, nice to haves. Issues/concerns. Security. How do I lock down public keys to prevent, unauthorized usage? Maybe scoping assistance to specific URLs might help. Instead of the global account server URL. Here. Just a random thought. What are some other things that we really think would help this out? It doesn't do gifted subs. Well, I mean, technically, right now, it's not meant to do it for a sub. It's meant to do it for bits, because that's like a nice, easy event. But we could make it work for subs. Let me just go look at the TMI docs. Whoop. So events are different, right? The events would go over their pub sub typically, rather than what we get through TMI. TMI is looking at the IRC feed, basically. So right now, with how we've done it, we are stuck to what TMI supports. It does look like there is a subscription event. IRC. Twitch chat in general goes through IRC. So we could actually do it for the subscription event too. To TMI.js, sure. All right, still no word from DM Mulroy, which is usually a better sign. All right, feel like he would have messaged already if he was busy today. I think we've got enough time, because it would be like 2 hours before he's ready. So we can implement the subscription event. And yeah, what we'd end up wanting to do is also maybe have a series of checkboxes for the events that we want to handle, right? So cheer with a minimum amount, subscriptions, just in general. Gonna be a little harder to actually debug this because I don't know what comes through on user state message methods, right? One of these would have to tell us whether it was a gifted sub or not. And we'd want to make sure that we're doing it for the person that got gifted rather than the person doing the gifting, I think, right? I think that makes more sense. So yeah, my next steps. Make more generic instead of super viewer based. Allow sub events to trigger it. Rename project. Right, so those are my steps. Let's keep doing some of these nice to haves though, just so I don't forget. And then we can get started on doing the subscription part and making it more generic instead of super viewer based, right? And then at the same time, basically renaming it. Because then at that point, like, man, yeah, we can do all sorts of stuff. But I would say nice to haves. Allow ignoring microphone. Right? Like the other idea would be allow tagging messages with ID and then alert when done responding to an ID'd prompt / message. Right? And it's specifically for our use case, right? So if I were to be able to attach some type of state value to the place that I'm doing that, like Vapi.send, which is basically this, right? Or if this just returned an ID value. Oh. So yeah, you don't even await Vapi.send, it just sends because it's not even a promise. So yeah, having Vapi.send either return a value for us or allow us to add some context to that. Right, so like it's almost like a transaction. So instead of like send add message, this is more like start transaction or something. And on the message, we'd want to pass some extra context. Right, so it would be maybe something like and this would be start transaction. Nano ID, right? And then from there, you would have maybe like one of those listeners. Right, and like listener start is probably not necessary, but I could see that being an event that someone might want to listen to. Right, so something like that, just being able to track when that specific event has ended, and yeah, I got a typo, right? Then we'd be able to actually like know that we can start another one fresh. Right, so transaction end would actually be separate from like speech end or call end, right? The call would most likely still be going, transaction end would fire after the relevant speech end for whatever thing they were done with, right? I think that would be hugely useful. This would be add state values to Vapi instance, such as is speaking. Call active, etc. Things like that. I think there'd be like some value to some stuff there for sure. As far as in general goes, right? Did we have any general notes that we wanted to pass on as well? So hold on, is it end speech? Is that the name of it? What's the name of that event that we're wiring up to? Right, so speech start, speech end, call start, call end. Right, so speech start and speech end are unintuitive for my current use case. It will stop and start multiple times while responding to an initial prompt. And what up, Crow? How you doing, Mr. Sir? So yeah, boom. I'd say this so far is what I like. Hold on. Billing transparency is quite nice. Oh, and then next steps for me, rename project, add Nightbot recurring message, and section below stream video. Consider extension. So I think the extension would be tricky. Using sound alerts as example. And what's up, Trixie? How you doing? So yeah, those are our main next steps. I'm doing well. We basically finished up the MVP for this product, or this project, right? The proof of concept for Superhero Me or Super Viewers or whatever. And I think instead we could genericize it just a little bit. Right? So instead our instructions would be create your own, bot. Give it an initial prompt that acknowledges the subscription or bits, right? Or just, generically say thanks for the support. And then within that, add a prompt describing what you want, right? Because then users can do whatever they want. All right, so let's get to the next step. I think, yeah, this would be huge. It may not be their common case because they're really targeting the assistance thing, but being able to ignore my microphone, I think, would be hugely ideal. For my exact use case. Whether it's important, probably not. I can always just have Chrome look at a different microphone than it should. I could even wire it up to a different browser so I'm not configuring my microphone for all of Chrome because I need to use Chrome for guest stars and stuff like that. Yeah, all right. I like our notes. Let's go keep building the app. So what I'm thinking is, yeah, we get client.onMessage, client.onCheer. So it'd be client.onSubscription, and we get basically all of that. Okay, so from there, we could do this. We could just say min bits plus 1. I know we're not done refactoring this yet. But as we think about it, yeah, the bits are less important right here. Now here's the thing that I think we would want to end up changing. Userstate.username is probably incorrect. But we could do that for now. So yeah, we want to push origin main. From here, we're going to want to refactor the UI. So we could even do this just to see it. Right, and we'd want to like really refactor this. Now, what is there? Why do we have... Oh, hold on, I know already. There we go. So yeah, what we'd want to do is maybe get rid of the enable debugging via regular messages thing. Channel name, Vapi public key, and Vapi assistant ID would be up top, and then the configurable events would then be down below. And based upon a check mark, there would be some config, such as the minimum bit amount. We'll want to rephrase the how it works section. Yeah, I like this. I really like this. The entire how it works section, the description, the title, the icons, that'll all change. And we'll give them like an example of how to do the superhero part. Now, this could be especially useful. Instead of using the Vapi assistant ID, we could just let the user configure the prompt here. That would not be a bad idea either. But I think for now, we'll just do the assistant ID, because it forces them to go log in, you know? Yeah, so how's our deploy? Okay, all right, let's refresh. Is there anyone that wants to be really cool about it and gift someone a sub? That way we can see what the actual data coming back is. Aw, I appreciate you, Rossum. Wait, really? Oh, son of a... So we didn't get an event from that. Hold on. Nope, I know. No. Damn it. I messed this up. There's actually a gift event, and I had totally forgotten about it. Sub gift and sub mystery gift. Shit. Okay. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes, so subscription is user subscribed to channel, and that should be accurate. Sub gift is separate. Sub mystery gift is also separate. All right, let's look at these separately. And that's where user state would have that part too. Okay, perfect. So then sub mystery gift would also have that. I don't like how they do the ... here, but I'm pretty sure message param display name is what we're looking for both of these. All right, so yeah, I made that mistake. I'm sorry. Thank you, Rossum. I appreciate you. All right, so here's the subscription event. So yeah, sub gift is the first one. And then username is equal to that. Wait. What does that do? The double tilde. Let's call this gifted user. Name. That right there, that is Git Lens, which is pretty cool. All right, so we're duplicating a bit here, but they're just slightly different. So I'm a little hesitant to, you know, abstract it out yet. So sub mystery gift. Okay. So this is feat, add gift and mystery gift events. All right, so squashing your commit just turns all of your commits into one commit, but it still gets merged like a merge. Whereas rebasing is basically taking all of the stuff you've done and putting it on top, which is not necessarily the same because your commits wouldn't be squashed yet. So rebasing is basically just I'm less familiar of that. As far as I understand it, rebase doesn't give you one commit at the end. Rebase just puts your changes on top of the other changes. right? So it's more like the order of operations there. I don't remember. I don't use rebase that much. Yeah, so rebase just takes whatever you have and puts it at the end. After that, you might still squash it to make it one PR or one commit to the code base. But it's more about preventing like the weird merging and remerging and branching over and back and that kind of BS, right? Like the Zen garden look of like merges and stuff. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of people prefer rebase just because they don't like seeing main merged into the middle of a branch kind of thing multiple times. Yeah, rebase is a huge problem, right? Most people I've seen who advocate for rebase are typically doing so because they want to have a pretty Git history. And that's the most meaningless thing I can think of. One of the most meaningless things I can think of. Right? It's like the aesthetics of your Git history. I've heard some people say it's easier to bisect. Okay. How often are you actually bisecting things? That already smells kind of like a code smell, you know? Or a process smell. I personally have never needed to bisect. Yeah, exactly, Will. Yep. However, it's similarly just as dangerous as bad merges too. When someone does a bad merge and blows away your changes, it's actually really hard to tell. So that's another issue, right? If you're on a team where some people don't really understand which thing to take or how to like properly resolve a conflict, they'll just consider theirs as the most up to date, and obviously we should just use that. And I've had entire PRs or entire like features or fixes that I shipped disappear because someone was on a long running big branch and they decided to completely ignore what I did via merge conflict. I see it happen most with juniors, but it's also just a problem of the long running branch. That could work, Will. Yeah, I haven't done that nearly as much. Ooh, how's our deploy? Oh, it failed. Why did it fail? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you fail on me? Ooh, string or true on line 220? How do I not see that? Oh, air brakes. It's just a font. Oh. Hold on, sender count is the wrong thing anyway. That was a mistake. So it's either display name or username. that was it. Oh. Coerce username properly in gift situations. All right, will it blend? Here we go building again. Any minute now. Okay, so let me double check this. Am I logging in the message endpoint? Ah, we only do message if we're debugging. All right, anyone want to try gifting a sub again? Not required, but it would really help out. Aw, thank you, Rossum.
Thank you for the bits. WILFM transforms into a sonic-powered superhero with the ability to manipulate sound waves and frequencies. They can emit powerful sonic blasts, create protective sound barriers, and even utilize vibrations to fly. Their alter ego is a mild-mannered radio station DJ who discovered their powers after being struck by a mysterious cosmic wave during a live broadcast. Adopting the name WILFM, they tune into justice, harnessing the power of sound to fight crime and protect the city with their dynamic auditory abilities.
That was good. I like it. Yeah, thank you for helping me test that. That was awesome. That was perfect. Okay. Well, yeah, so now we need to like really refactor this, allow it to be more like user configurable, right? This UI is close, but we can do more. Still no notice from DM Mulroy, so I think we're good. So we should be seeing DM Mulroy here in about an hour and a half or so. Like no rush, no stress, no big deal. But this is the part that we care about next. I think we can hammer out some of this. Yeah, we fixed all of the state issues with that, for sure. Yeah, we are properly debounced. We're using the right events. It's a bit spaghetti-like. It's not perfect. I think a better way of doing this would just be like a state machine on an interval. Right? Just checking the current state against other states and then, you know, triggering and manipulating the caches as we see fit. Alpha-like even. Yeah, exactly. But I'd still say it's pretty good. Right? We've got it working. We've got it queuing people up as we need. And it's negotiating the queue properly, too. What's up there, Shy? What are you saying? Was that a typo or just a word I don't understand? Could be both. But yeah, so I think this is our next fix. Let's think about what we got. Oh, I hit save, didn't I? All right. Ooh, hold on, one more thing for notes. After make more generic. Oh, there was something that was on the tip of my mind that I wanted to figure out here first. I lost it. Damn it. It was just on the tip of my mind. What a took end? Yeah, thank you for the follow. I think I said that right. So update description, add example for superhero. Would you be offended if I said fool of a toque? Yes, that's a Lord of the Rings reference. I'm wondering if your name is a reference too? What's up, Sandwich? How you doing? Yeah, so here's the big thing I want to do next. Yeah, it's pretty fun. If you were to gift a sub or donate more than 100 bits, you would hear it. I think if you announce your subscription, right? You know how there's like the notification? If you announce your subscription, that should work too. Because I think that counts as the subscription event. But yeah, for the most part, let's do a little bit of this first. Oh, but it was taken. There you go. That makes more sense. Oh yeah, sorry, Space Case. The stream streak doesn't do it. It would be like if you have a recurring subscription, and then you just like announce your resub, basically. I believe that should still trigger it. All right, so the min bits part, that's gonna go to the bottom. Oh, no worries, just throwing it out there, just letting you know.
Thank you for the bits. Bedtime Bear 808 is a superhero who patrols the dreamscape, ensuring nightmares are kept at bay. Cloaked in the soft shimmer of starlight, they wield the power to weave dreams and manifest soothing lullabies that can calm the most troubled minds.
Lullabies.
Originating from a distant realm of eternal twilight, they were chosen by the celestial guardians of sleep to protect the subconscious world. Bedtime Bear 808's mission is to ensure that every soul finds peace and rest in the embrace of dreams, using their magical abilities to fight off the nightmares that lurk in the shadows.
I think it worked, right? Yeah, the backing stories and origin stories are really fun. Yeah, I think this is great. I need to figure out how to turn this into an extension so I can collect that sweet, sweet 30% from other channels doing it. Yeah, that was good, right? Bedtime Bears, the Dream Police. Yeah, this turned out really well. I was a little skeptical when it was coming to like trying to figure out some of our timing issues and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm really pumped on this. I'm looking forward to editing the VODs. And yeah, just making it happen. Yeah. So for everyone who's still unaware, this was basically a take-home project for Vapi. And I'm discussing and chatting with other companies too, to where like maybe I end up just doing like part-time with a couple companies. Right? I only need one of them to pay insurance, etc. And then I could actually, you know, contract DevRel for a bunch of companies at like a lower per year salary than they would expect. But still delivering value, doing conference talks as needed, like that kind of thing. Yeah, I'm really thinking about trying to set up a whole process for this. I think it'd be a really, really good idea.
Thank you for the bits.
Ooh, there you go.
S4MM1CH_, the master of elemental control, has the ability to manipulate earth, air,
so it doesn't
fire,
speak
and water with
Leet speak that well.
They became a superhero after discovering ancient runes buried in a sandwich they were eating at an archaeological dig site. These runes granted
It does, actually.
S4MM1CH_ not only their superpowers, but also an unending determination to protect the world from harm. Cloaked in a costume reflecting the elements,
It did
they are
understand a
forced to be reckoned with,
sandwich.
using their powers to keep balance and peace across the globe.
That was good. Man, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's a stretch goal, but not a bad idea. I can actually just copy what you got. You're gonna join. No worries. Yeah. Your chat's probably a little bit delayed there, Space Case. But I can get you that chat. I can totally do that. So at the bare minimum, I can look at the previous calls. Ooh, maybe? Oh, we were just selected on the wrong one. Oh, cloaked in a costume reflecting the elements. Gotta pay extra for them, you know, for the result. So there's the sandwich one. Let me find bedtime bears. So, interestingly, it's not that accurate, right? Their time there, 808, is actually just bedtime bear 808. Hold on, so Embrace of Dreams. But then they get bedtime bear fine in the later part, which is interesting. So yeah, there's yours. I think part of the problem is that they end up being a bit long. And yeah, grouping together, like knowing which one we're on, that's where I'd love like the transaction bit. So I think technically we probably could make it like send the text, but grouping the text together in the right way, that's actually the tricky part. I'm sorry, Tookend. We get that way too much. It's super boring. As number 529, where do you think you would have drawn the line? It's half the business model? It makes sense, Kid Queb. We do have it kind of like capped at 30 seconds, though, and we can see the total thing.
The Naughty Knitter is a superhero known for their incredible ability to manipulate any kind of yarn or thread with their mind, using it to create constructs, barriers, and even animated figures to aid in their battle against crime. By day, they are a mild-mannered craft store employee, but by night, they become the Naughty Knitter, protecting the city from villainy. Their origin story starts when they were struck by a mysterious cosmic yarn ball during a total lunar eclipse.
Mysterious cosmic yarn ball!
They use their skills not only to fight, but also to repair and rebuild, knitting the community closer together one stitch at a time.
Oh, these are good! I actually, yeah, I'd love to create like a Hall of Legends, or like, you know, right? A Justice League or something, right? Where we record all these heroes. That'd be even better. Hey, Four Wheel Gator, thank you for that gifted sub. That was solid. Yeah, I think so too, Bob. Yep. I've talked with someone else that is really like aiming for that kind of stuff too, just recently. I think they were talking more about like their main thing is they want to help with like docs and some of those things, and instead like content would be really good too. So yeah, like they were discussing what the live streaming and content creation aspect of it might look like. Yeah, a villain version would be good. Yeah, when I think we start doing like the extension part of things, that's where like hero and villain could be a thing, right? I think that would actually help a lot. Ooh, I'll sit that straight. That would have been a bad idea. But yeah, imagine being a talent at a DevRel agency. I mean, yeah, I've kind of talked with someone where they were asking if I was willing to do that, basically. You think it isn't a decent request? I'm thinking not. Like, the whole reason they got banned, that joke is no good. And if that's the kind of joke they think is funny, I don't think we'll ever get along with them. We've had one person say, definitely not. I'll let other mods discuss it amongst each other. You know, there's the channel in Discord if you want to use it. That would work. In comparison to normally, I don't know, we get some like really heartfelt ones that are awesome. You probably just don't see those often enough because they don't linger. Whereas like, yeah, the trolly ones kind of stay for a bit. But let me go use the restroom. I'm really liking this. This is fun. I think an extension for this is going to be huge. Alrighty. So, yeah, let's keep going. If you have a sub you want to shout out or have your name do that stuff, right? You can donate 100 bits or subscribe or gift a, no, gifting a sub to someone else wouldn't do it. So you'd have to just subscribe or donate 100 bits. So totally up to you. No rush, no big deal. The queuing, all that stuff, right? It costs us a total of 10 cents for one of these. So we're making decent profit off encouraging, you know, subs or bits, right? And yeah, chair's killing it. Yep. Yeah, I'm pumped on the new chair. It's the same one I had. It has a different back. The other one had like the mesh back. Yeah, making 90 cents is, yeah, worth it. I don't think I've seen the LLM actually charge us money yet, though. So I'm wondering if they have a bug there. But yeah, let's keep hacking at it. The main part we're on right now is we want to rethink the UI. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, that'll be the main gist of what I follow up with. I think tonight, after the DM Mulroy Hangout stream, I'm going to want to edit together the VODs of what we did. That way they can watch it if they want. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I feel like this went pretty well, and we just got to keep hacking at it. Yeah, these notes are basically for them, right? My next steps are for me, this other stuff is for them, and yeah, we'll see what they, you know, what they consider about it. Oh, I need to register for Seattle JS tonight. That way it's the $5 version rather than the $10 version. But whatever. Let's keep going. So we got the server running. Yeah, I think it took longer than I expected too, because that first day we got totally randomized because it wasn't what I was expecting. So that was a bit of a pivot. But pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, the thing I was originally thinking of, I think, is more applicable to like Pico Voice, because they have like the wake words and things like that. Yeah, I mean, technically, if that first day hadn't been so randomized, we might have even had this done in time for Adam's Code Jam. Right? To actually, like, submit it. I'll do a late submission anyway. I'm not sure when he's doing, like, the announcements and all that stuff. I would say I don't want to be in the running for winning or anything, but if I can do a late entry, why not? Exactly, for sure. But here's what I want to do next. Hey, what up? How you doing, Chris Jones? Ooh, that'd be a good one to do it when we get raided, too. And then I just eat the cost of the raid. Yeah, where are you up to, Chris Jones? Mr. Sir? Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. But yeah, what were you up to on stream? Working on a proof of concept, email templates, .NET, and Papercut. I don't know what Papercut is. What is Papercut? I know, yeah. These streaming shenanigans. Yeah, it just takes time. The thing we're currently working on is a little trickier. Oh, and no, like, Bob, I actually took it as, I think, how you meant it. Like, no, that sounds awesome. Like, being part of their, like, talent pool actually, like, means a lot. That'd be really cool. Yeah, so I'd be pumped on that. Yeah, I didn't think you were being snarky at all. But Papercut is a local SMTP server, can be run in Docker, so you don't have to configure it for real. And hey, here we go. Hold on, is there another event we need to listen to? I think there is. There's like a resubscription event too, huh? There is! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Muflonish. 1 second. That's totally my fault. That is totally my fault. I am so sorry. I did not realize there was a whole other event I needed to listen to for resubs. It's like he's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Ooh, looks like we have another unban request, though. Oh, in stream I was lurking, rated a stream I would have lurked anyway. Nice. Yeah, sorry, Muflonish. 1 second, we'll get it going. Let me just look at this and see what they say on this new one. Maybe that's the one they were talking about. I thought it was the other one. Okay, no, I see the one you were talking about, Space Case, for sure. No, that's a good one. They're chill. Unban, send unban. Yeah. Yeah, my bad. Oh, you got a raid and run? No worries. Yeah, cheers. And yeah, person that just got unbanned, you don't have to say your name. No need to dox yourself there. If you're out there hanging out, we're good. Honestly, I was probably in the wrong frame of mind too. But, you know, it's like that meme from Fallout. What are you gonna do, stab me? Said man that was stabbed. You know, like, right? So yeah, Vibrant, that might have been the one you were talking about. So yes, you were totally right. That one was great. That was a great unban request. It's the other lingering one that sucks. But yeah, enjoy your nighttime walk. Yeah, no worries, CMJ Chris Jones. Appreciate you. So Biotech Nick, yes. I think technically you could have it live at a phone number. I think that's where you would buy a number and associate it with it, right? And you could do that, but it doesn't only live there. Like, I don't have a phone number, and instead I just manually trigger the bot in what I'm doing, right? So I send a message for it to react to. So I don't have any numbers. I'm not doing the phone number version of that. No, that makes sense, Vibrant. No, I didn't realize that there was a brand new one. I thought you were seeing the one that we got like yesterday. So that was my fault. Didn't realize that there was a new one because I hadn't seen the little like bubble pop up yet. But okay, so we got client.on right there. And Bob, that's not a bad idea. I actually have like a resume that has a list of conference talks and meetup talks and things like that, YouTube videos I've made, blog posts I'm proud of. I actually have like a very specific DevRel resume for DevRel jobs, which is why I think I'm getting more results for DevRel stuff than previously. Technically, the best results I've had are the ones where it expects me to like send an email, and I can paste into that. I'm actually really liking the companies that make you send an email. I think it actually filters out the low effort spam wannabes. So it's kind of a good idea. There's a couple other companies I want to, send an email to. Right now, I'm in discussions with a couple other companies that are awesome. I'd love to work for any of them. I'm going to need some health insurance, stuff like that. So I just need at least one of them to be stoked. Stoked enough to give me a steady paycheck that'll pay rent and then give me some like insurance. And then from there, them being willing to let me do other contract DevRel for whoever, whenever as well. Right? I think that's probably how it's going to end up working for me, which I think is great. It means someone's going to get me part-time for kind of like a deal. So here's the big thing though, Biotech Nick. Anytime that it is sitting there listening, that's when it's billing you for the call. So if I look at some of these previous calls, the duration of the entire thing is actually what I'm being billed for. So the Vapi duration here is actually like a recurring bill. Whether it's responding or doing text-to-speech or not, it just listening is something I end up paying for. Which is why like a wake word style, hey Vapi type thing is really like out of the question for me, because it would be pretty spendy. I know 5 cents a minute isn't that big a deal, but if we were to do that for, let's say, a 6-hour stream, that would be 0.05 times 60 times 6. That's $18 out of my pocket just to sit there listening. It's not even responding during that time, right? So $18 is way outside of the scope of like a persistent listening bot. It's not worth it for me at that point. So, I mean, it's not the listening fee itself, it's like the duration of the call, right? It needs to be sitting there parsing the audio into text that it can then do stuff for. So it needs to be sitting there actually listening to the audio. Now, could I combine it with something like Whisper and use Whisper to do the constant audio thing and then just send off to the bot as I need to? Absolutely. But that's like extra. That's like a different thing. Technically, I could even use something like Pico Voice. They have a wake word API or whatever too, right? But again, I don't know about their pricing nearly as much, right? But Porcupine wake word, what is their billing? I don't know. I don't see a whole lot of pricing listed anywhere. So yeah, I'm not seeing any specific pricing. I think I'd have to sign up to actually get better pricing stuff, which is doable. Pico Voice might be another thing, right? Worth combining with Vapi. I don't know for sure, just thinking out loud. Could I tie what I'm doing right now to Orderly? Maybe. I think it's less valuable because instead all I would need is something to speak the text that I have in Orderly. That's just like a small part of what Vapi does. I'm not saying I couldn't, but it might not be worth it, right? Just because there may be some existing voice AI stuff I could just run locally. So yeah, up to 5 hours a month. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, so I know they have a free tier. Where did you see the 5 hours, or did you have to go sign up for that to actually see it? Oh, it's over here on Buy Now. Got it. Plan details. Right, so up to 5 hours a month, up to 3 active users a month for the wake word thing, which is actually really reasonable. That's actually really reasonable. Yeah, so their free tier is really good. Yeah, Pico Voice is not bad either. I just think they have different goals. I could eventually see if Pico Voice takes off, them buying Vapi or vice versa. For sure. But okay, so hold on. Let me ship up the resub event too. So that's the subscription there. This one's going to be, I think it's just resub, not esub, resub. And it looks like it ends up being the exact same event, right? So resub versus subscription, right? We could get some of the extra stuff, but the extra stuff doesn't look that important. So is it a share streak? Is it the cumulative months, etc.? We don't care about any of those. Whether it's a Prime sub or not, we don't care about that either. Anyone remember what this does in JavaScript? Why are they doing the double tilde? Is that like a conversion to string? So the bitwise not operator. Ah. Oh. All right, so it's for number stuff. Got it. So in some browsers, it's an annotation that you can pass to the just-in-time compiler, basically. Okay, that makes sense. This is interesting. Oh, so that's an interesting point, right? So with math.floor, you end up just dropping the remainder basic, or not with math.floor, right? It's like math.truncate, using the double that, right? But math.floor behaves differently from truncate when considering negative numbers. Okay, cool. I would personally just opt to never do this in docs because that is completely unintuitive, right? But yeah, so resub is that event. Perfect. All right, so we'll get that pushed up. We'll let that finish going, and then, yeah, some of the other stuff we need to do is really UI-based. So yeah, triggers here. Now hold on, is there a way to do that with Mantine nice and easy? All right, label position. That's what we want. All right, so checked is then equal to should trigger bits, right? Something like that. So let's actually get up here and start labeling those out. So const all right, so should trigger bits, should trigger subs, should trigger gifts. And we'll just have it be those three for now. Should trigger subs, we'll actually do the subscription and resubscription. Gifts will do regular gift and anonymous gift, and bits will be its thing. Subscriptions and gifted subs is the next one. And hold on, let me refresh. So hold on, who didn't get theirs shouted out? That was Muflonish. Go ahead and just chat real quick. Just one message, any message will do. And it'll kick in for you. That way you at least get the value you were going for there.
Thank you for the bits. Muflonish bellows with a dignified might, echoing the mountainous terrain of their origin. This superhero emerged amidst wild sheep, inheriting a fierce strength and unyielding resilience coupled with acute agility. They can scale any terrain and their ram-like horns can shatter any obstacle. They are the protector of nature and earthbound creatures, always ready to guard them from the threats of modernization. Their adventure started when they were chosen by the ancient wildlife spirits to protect their habitat from deforestation and pollution.
Not bad, right? Not bad at all. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, sorry that didn't work earlier, but you got your value out of it. All right, so should trigger subs, should trigger gifts. This minimum bits right here So label is not part of that. All right, so this would be if and yeah, pretty fun, right? Like it's a really like just goofy and cool and fun idea. Okay, so yeah, that right there then needs to be direction column. Ooh, and you know what? I actually want to get rid of those. I like the checkbox on the left, actually. Cool. All right. Let me just do a little bit more. So subscriptions includes resubs. Includes anonymous. Okay, so we're not using those triggers yet. You must configure at least one trigger. Yep. What I want to do real quick is double check this. So yeah, wrap. Cool. Yep. All right. So that was a bug that I noticed over here that will get fixed. In the meantime, what do we want to think of it as? This is just voice rewards. Emojipedia. Voice. speaker. Reward your supporters with a voice reward your supporters with a voice assistant acknowledging them. How it works. When a viewer meets the criteria of one of your triggers, this bot will acknowledge them based on their name. It can use any assistant you set up via Vapi.ai. We have a couple existing sets of configuration that you may wish to copy paste. Right, and then below that we would end up having the list of things we want, right? And it would probably be like an accordion. Do they have an accordion in Mantine? They do. Okay, yes, let's do the accordion thing. All right, so oh, and we actually want this to be an array. It's going to have a name. It's going to have an initial message. And that might be something that we eventually configure for the user, but right now, nah. Let's do this. And then this is going to be prompt. Icon is also a string, and that is just UTF-8. Or, right, Unicode emoji. So then the one that we got right now, this is going to be icon superhero. Right, superhero. Is there a villain one? Oh, there is a supervillain emoji. Oop. Okay, so icon. Initial message. You're my hero. Boom. Something like that. It's not easy being evil. What up, Standard? We got this thing working. We're basically done, and we're doing some, like, final, like, you know, fine-tuning stuff for it. Yeah, we're basically done with it. If you want to see it in action, shout out your sub if you can. Right? A resub should trigger it at this point. Or 100 bits will do it. Or you could gift a sub to someone else. Wink. Or I could just toggle it and you could test it. How about that? Let's just toggle it and you can test it. Right, so just make any comment real quick.
Thank you for the bits. Standard Robot, originating from a tech lab in Silicon Valley, they were an ordinary customer service bot until a freak electrical storm gave them self-awareness and extraordinary powers. They're coded in shatterproof titanium with an ability to manipulate technology, solve complex algorithms instantly, and possess astounding robotic strength and agility. Their core mission: to protect innocents from cybercrime, making the digital world a safe place.
Boom. And yeah, sorry, Cafe, that was mainly for, for Standard right there. Gonna want to end it all during a hype train with it? I mean, oh no. Don't, woe is me. Whatever am I gonna do with all this money? Whatever shall I do? So right now we just have superhero and supervillain, and we'll leave those. All right, so we got these example assistant configurations. We're gonna list them out inside the accordion. Let's look at Mantine. So it's going to be accordion item, accordion control, accordion panel. So this is that dot map. All right, so key, that's going to be config.name. Config.icon. Then within here, we end up doing a flex. All right, and looks to me like we got another half hour or so before DL Mulroy is ready. Haven't heard anything from him yet, so I'm thinking that we're still on. Pretty sure. So yeah, let's keep going here. We got direction column, we got text. Font weight 600. Initial message. And really, I think I want to duplicate this. Config.initial message. The prompt. Yep. Okay, so now flex start. Do PL1REM. Yeah, all right. So Twitch voice rewards. Reward your Twitch supporters with a voice assistant acknowledging them. Bam, boom. Cool. All right, so technically we got one more thing. Well, we got plenty more things. This part right here, these should actually be use atom. Right, because we want these persisted. What up, Efficacy? How you doing? Yeah, happy Tuesday. We're going to say that one starts out true. Oh yeah, we got plenty of that left. No rush on that. So yeah, should trigger bit state, should trigger sub state, should trigger gift state. Those end up being what we need here.
Thank you for the bits.
Hey, Mr. Sir. Ooh. Shit. We got a bug though. So hold on. We got a bug. Are you good tonight? How soon do you want to get started? This thing's really good. I want to show it off to you. I was hoping to have it ready to show off to you, and you actually did it, and then I, realized that I got a bug in here. So let me go fix that bug. Sub gift, mystery gift, resub here, and yeah, instead of user state, it's just going to be username. A little strange that user state wasn't there, because we added undefined there. Yeah, 7:45, so like another half hour. Perfect. Yeah, no rush. Totally down for whatever you got. But hold on, let me do this real quick. Add examples and change description. And fix minor bug in reset. All right, so that'll take just a sec to push up. However, I can just do this. So just send one more message real quick. That way you still get it. I want to hear what kind of superhero you'd be.
Thank you for the bits. DMMULROY, the empathic visionary, possesses the extraordinary ability to perceive and understand the emotions and desires of others. Their origin story begins when an accident during a scientific experiment granted them the power to tap into the collective consciousness of humanity. This connection enables DMMULROY to sense the underlying motives of individuals, seeing through lies and deceit. With their power to empathize, they can actively influence emotions, bringing harmony and understanding to even the most chaotic situations. DMMULROY is a beacon of compassion and wisdom, using their gift for the betterment of society.
Voila. There you go. Pretty solid. Yeah. You and your empathic abilities. So yeah, that's the basic gist. We're working on a bot to reward your viewers, and it should be something that you can easily set up on your own at some point. I want to make an extension for it eventually, but if you wanted to end up doing this for your users, you totally can. Like, it's really not that big of a deal, and it's not that hard. So yeah, we're getting it to a point where it's actually way more generic, and you could actually set up your own assistant to do something different, right? Imagine maybe like some user as a programming language. I don't know, right? But again, that's like up to you and your prompting. So yeah, I want to make an extension out of this here soon. The extension, I think, has a few more tricky things to it that would be a little harder to like automatically, like, immediately do. But totally doable. Just different. All right, so, and yeah, keep in mind that this entire proof of concept is not coded and organized in the best way. There's a lot of like duplicate code, duplicate logic. There's just some stuff that we gotta like wire up ourselves, which is doable. But we're in the process of first figuring out like the more generic use case for it, and then cleaning up the code would be probably a better idea, right? So instead, we want to finish out the MVP a bit more. And making it pretty, that can always happen later. This will absolutely be turned into a YouTube video at some point. I need to do a lot more of those, right? Like, because we make enough projects, just making a video about the project and some of the tricky parts with it would be useful. So yeah, I gotta record way more video content. That's all there is to it. Okay, so we've got some of this UI set. We've got these things configured. Hold on. npm dev. Yeah, using Atom, doing the setters, perfect. Yep. So we should be good there, and that should be persistable. Okay, yep, that looks pretty good. Okay, so then one more thing here at this top level, I think... Nope, wrong one. I don't know, something like that. Nah. We'll just get rid of that padding. Alright, call that good. When it gets down to that breakpoint. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Oh. Ah. Root has a max width and a padding. Yep. Oh. It's actually here. Alright, we'll do something like that, and that way there's a little bit of space still. And then we need a little bit of padding within what we care about. Now, logo here and all of that stuff goes away. Perfect. All right, there we go. I actually think I just want to do this. If we just do padding 2 REM there, we got it at the top and at the bottom. And I'd say we're good to go. So I actually think the is debugging we want to comment for now. Yeah, cool. I got one more quick thing I want to do for the min bits part. Hey, and there we go. Nice. So yeah, bits, subscriptions, and gifted subscriptions, includes anonymous, includes resubs. Cool. What up, Vaders? How you doing? Okay, so from there, how we wire up to the event for these things is the next kind of tricky part. All right, so this would be if should trigger subs. These two would be if should trigger gifts. All right, so sub gift, sub mystery gift, subs is right there, resub is right there. All right, so yeah, we didn't need that. What we do need is still sub gift. So if should trigger gifts. All right, so should trigger bits, should trigger gifts, should trigger subs. And then here, we need all of that. So should trigger bits, should trigger gifts, should trigger subs. Okay, so I think we're sitting pretty good here now. So the feature here is wrap TMI listeners in trigger guards and rephrase instructions a bit. Cool. So we're going to get that pushed up. Right, the existing sets of configuration, right? Initial message is you're my hero. Prompt is when I tell you a username, blah, blah, blah. Right, super villain, very similar. We're going to need to come up with different prompting, right? So we got superhero, supervillain. What are some other fun ones we can do? I think we'll call that good for now. Let's go look at the deployment. That is not even the window I was expecting. I forgot we had that. Ooh, I bet some of those jobs don't even exist anymore because I've left it sitting so long. Oh no, we failed. What did we fail? Ooh, set is debugging. That's right. So what we want here is comment out unused method. Sure. So yeah, how's our deploy? This looks like it's doing okay. I feel like it would have died sooner. All right, we're deployed. If I refresh, yep. All right, so the last thing we got to do is just rename the actual project. So now this is, instead of super viewers, it's Twitch voice rewards. Is the deployment flaky? No. The only reason it failed is because I had a type issue, right? So this was a linter problem. I just didn't look that close. However, I think we need to delete it because we're going to have a totally different thing. Yeah, exactly. All right, so now if we go to GitHub, what up, Akavenge? How you doing? Got a new car? Ooh, what'd you get? Twitch voice rewards. Chevy Trax 2024. Is that a truck? Like, what is a Trax? I'm not familiar. All right, so Twitch voice rewards is what we got it named now. New static site. Twitch voice rewards. Let's connect it up. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it before. Sounds cool. All right, let's make sure I actually built this properly. Oh, it's an SUV. You leased it because it got you out of a bad loan on your previous sports car. Pretty good looking for only being 20K. Nice. I've never paid that much for a car. The most expensive car I've ever gotten was $4,000. And it's the Subaru I still drive. But it's a 1995, you know, so it's not new. Oh yeah, it's a Subaru. Yeah, I need to be able to drive through snow. Subarus do that better than most things. It's a legacy. Forester wasn't even created at that point, as far as I remember. It's still on like the 1995-96 body of the Legacies before they changed it a bit more. I think they have lower ground clearance nowadays and some of those things. Yeah, 1995-96 is the last of like the main, like the last of that like body style basically, right? And typically with Subaru, you don't want to get the first of a body style because they're going to run into like weird random issues. I think it was actually like the transmission of the newer body style Legacies that went bad. The one that I got isn't so bad. Yeah, I wish I could do manual. I can drive a manual, but because my shoulder dislocates and because I break my collarbones, I've actually been stranded before because of a broken collarbone because I had a stick shift. How many miles on my current one? I think it's... I bought it with 104, I think. I don't remember how much I have now. I don't put that much on it, so probably not much. 114, 104, something like that. But yeah, I'll probably get another 100,000 miles out of it. No problem. I rebuilt the engine when I first got it. Oh, sprained ankle. Yeah, driving a stick shift with a sprained ankle is a pain too. Yeah, I actually did end up driving it after like a week of healing, and I could feel my collarbone grinding as I shifted. Really not good. Another time I ended up driving a stick shift one-handed. Shift, wheel, shift, wheel. Because the left collarbone was broken. Alright, so, hold up. Let me set this up one last time, because I think we're good. Oh, and I think I got one state bug that I forgot about. Ha, we've got that defaulting. Sure. Anyone wanna try it? It's either gonna take another sub or some bits. No, I say the date, June 27th. I don't think that's like truly that personal, so not a big deal. I celebrate my birthday here on stream every year, you know? So like, it's really not like hidden data. That's fine. Anybody willing to donate 100 bits so we can test this? Maybe resub or subscribe? Hey, there we go.
Thank you for the bits. Vapi.ai is a superhero known for their ability to enhance the powers of any superhero they come into contact with. Their origin story begins when they were exposed to a mysterious energy source that granted them this unique ability. They can amplify the strength, speed, and skills of other heroes, making them a crucial ally in any battle against evil. Vapi.ai's commitment to bolstering their fellow superheroes makes them an indispensable force for good in the fight against villainy. DMMULROY would be a cryptic superhero known for their mastery over digital dimensions. Their power allows them to manipulate and control any form of digital media at will. They received these unique abilities after a lightning strike hit their computer during a coding marathon, thus transforming them forever. DMMULROY's expertise extends to hacking, quick information gathering, and digital shields, making them an unmatched intelligence force and defender in the ever-evolving digital world.
Totally possible. Absolutely. 1000%.
S9TPEPPER_ is a futuristic, intergalactic superhero with a unique power that allows them to manipulate the elements of space and time. They obtained these abilities when they accidentally got caught in a supernova explosion while on a deep space exploration mission. Their heroism comes from their ability to prevent cosmic catastrophes and harness cosmic energy. S9TPEPER_ is known for their quick responses and unprecedented power in the universe, making them a cosmic guardian whenever the universe is in peril.
All right, so I have a mistake there. Who was that?
Thank you for the bits.
Voltagon, we didn't get yours. I'm sorry.
KE1,
One second.
An enigmatic character shrouded in mystery. They originate from the digital realm. KRNFLA. KE1 possesses the superhuman ability to control and manipulate electronic devices or systems. Born out of a strange power surge during a massive gaming marathon, they're now a champion of cyber justice. They employ their powers to safeguard the virtual universe from hackers and digital villains. A fierce, relentless fighter, KRNFLA, KE1 is ever watchful over the digital world.
No, the issue was on my end. Sorry, Voltagon, and I'll just kick it off for you automatically. But let me push this up. That way I don't forget. Boom. Boom. All right. So, no, it did not break it. I want to do one more thing. Hold on. No, I just had a bug in how I did it. That's my fault, Voltagon. And I'm gonna kick on the debugging. That way you can, like, re-trigger it. So yeah, my bad. Sorry, Voltagon. That was just a bug on my part. Yeah, the Prime should have been fine. I saw your name get added, I think. Or at least I saw the message come through, but we were looking up your name in the wrong state. So it'll just take a sec to redeploy. And in the meantime, we can start getting set up with DM Mulroy. Are you about ready, DM? We can wait too, like no rush, no big deal. Yeah, we keep the queue in memory. Oh, I haven't seen that. Oh, that's a good one. I have not seen Charlie's emote for that. All right, ready when we are? Ah, shit. Oh, yeah, so now we got this bug. 1 second. Oh, yeah, no, we got this. Uncomment set is debugging. Yeah, it does have some bugs with that. It's a little weird, right? Every once in a while, it'll say CM Griffing, and then sometimes it'll just be CMGRIFFING, which is weird, right? But we can start setting things up. I think that's a good call. Let's do that right now. And DM Mulroy, I'm thinking I might do audio through, like, my microphone through Discord instead of through Guest Star. I know that's different from what we've normally done, but right now I have my microphone set up in Chrome differently than I would because I don't want the bot listening to my voice while I'm chatting and doing stuff. So that's the main gist there. I basically had to like fake the microphone because there's no way of just saying don't listen to the microphone. So yeah, just wanted to let you know. And let's get Twitch guest stars going. Because I'm looking forward to this, man. This is going to be great. All right, invite sent. I might have to do just a little bit to wire it up. Looks like our deploy is done, and I just need to refresh over there. All right, real quick. So, hold on. Voltagon, just do any message real quick.
Thank you for the bits. Voltagon is a dynamic superhero with electric abilities. They were once an ordinary scientist who was struck by lightning during a lab experiment gone wrong. The surge of electricity transformed them, granting them the power to generate and control lightning at will. With their expertise in technology, Voltagon can charge any device or machine with electrifying energy. This superhero uses their powers to protect the city, zapping through the skies and striking their foes with electric precision. Voltagon's electrifying presence is a beacon of hope, illuminating the path to justice.
Right, I can actually just now picture all the other superheroes just being like, oh man, my phone sure is getting low. Wink. If only there was a superhero that could fix that for me. Wink. Right? Just Superman being like, come on man, just charge my phone real quick. I feel like that'd be pretty good. Ooh, and Dia Mulroy is connected. 1 second, let me show on stream. Let me get to the right setup here. Boom, we got you in the corner. Let me get ready to join the Discord. Okay, we should be able to hear you. Can you chat a little? Ooh. No. What am I doing wrong there? Are you... Hold on. I've got you on stream there. I've got that. We are live. You're not muted there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I have an echo on you.
Oh, hold on. I muted it in guest star.
Okay, so right now I unmuted myself in guest star, and that's what made it so you could hear me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, here, I'll mute myself again in guest star and see if you can hear me over Discord.
No. So here's the thing. I think we do want your audio coming from guest star. We definitely do.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just my microphone that we don't want going through guest star.
I see. Okay.
Cool. All right. Perfect. Okay. So let me pop this out. Bam. All right. We're seeing what we should see there. Let me update the title. Boom. All right. YouTube title updated. Let me paste it over here to Twitch. And bam, I think we're good. I can start recording.
Sweet.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to use the YouTube recordings. Oh wait, no, I'm good there. Never mind. Yep, we got this. All right, good to go.
I just lost my Twitch window. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
And we're back. Can everyone hear me? Chat, can you hear me? Pepper, can you hear me?
I heard you. I think chat heard you too. People on YouTube, let me know if his microphone is like way quieter than mine. I think we should be good though. Audio sounds kind of funky. Sounds like a robot.
Like a robot. Which person sounds like a robot? Me or Chris? Or both of us?
Yeah. Test. Dylan sounds like a robot? You sound good on my end, though.
How about now, chat? Does that sound any better? Does it sound better now? Nope.
Hold on. No, that's on my end. Ah, I know what it is. Nope. I found it. I think we're good. That was on my end. Try one more time.
How about now? Do I still sound like a robot?
All right, sounds good now.
Sounds
Yeah,
good
I
now?
just had the audio doubled
Sweet.
up. That was my bad.
Gotcha. I also my voice, I was not muted on Discord, so it was possible I was going through twice.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, so if I recall correctly, I think we're pretty dang close to being like done in the code here. We have a couple tests I think we realized at the end of stream that we need to knock out. I think we need to do finish selective and then we need to test value.
Mm-hmm.
And we might have to write our deserialization for value, which will probably end up looking like, let me close this Go code. It looks like we were here last time. Value of JSON. This looks like what we were doing. That's good. And then we pass it into scalar value of JSON. Okay. Actually, this looks like it's probably okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like we had the tests passing, didn't we?
We do, but we don't have tests for value, and I don't think we're done with selective. So
okay.
Like up here, we're not testing should for selective, and we don't have anything for value yet.
Okay.
So I think that's probably why I had the Go tests open.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back to that.
So wait, I mean, we do see should selective right there as a test.
Is that the right test? I think this was the sync flags. This should say not error. Yeah, I just copy pasted wrong.
Oh, okay.
This. Why did that work? There we go. Where is this parenthesis at?
Right.
This should be not error. And then we need to write the test for should. Whoops. Okay. I'm actually going to put on some lo-fi in the background of my headphones quick.
Yeah, do what you need. Yep.
Let's see here.
Trying to get into the zone, huh?
Yeah. I just realized that I didn't have any music going.
Yeah, I have been tending to like turn the music off when I have a guest on. So, I don't know.
Can you hear my music or is that good on your end?
No, we're good. Don't hear nothing.
Cool. Okay. So, yeah, Dogs will probably forget. I suppose Justine's going to get back from the gym at some point soon, which means the garage door goes up. So, I think we need to copy this pattern of where we do this should check.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. So if we copy this, and we come down here and we do that, throw that there, format. Now we want to test on selective. And I guess we should probably look at what we're doing in the Go test. Value should not, should select custom string, should select string. So this is probably the test we want to write here, right?
Yes.
So let's say should selective string, and then this should be string. And we can say, this probably looks like there's an extra set there. How do we do this above? This is going to be a result. Yeah, okay, so that's how we did that. And we can unbox that result there. Ah. No, that's a result. What is this bound to right now? Oh, that's a promise. Oh, right, we can just test on the, right. I see what we're gonna do. So we'll do this, and then paste that in there, and results. And then we can assert against that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think that's probably, hopefully right. Let me open a terminal to test this. If we say Doom, oh, let me load the right switch. And Doom test. Here we go, passed.
Sweet.
So I assume we do this for float and int then as well?
Yeah, and also should custom string.
Okay, so let's do that one next. We can basically, I would assume, just copy paste exactly what we just wrote.
For the most part, yeah.
Let's come down to here, yoink that, throw that there, paste that there, format that, put that down. Custom string.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see here. What does this do over to the left? Should be in list. Should custom string. Do we have that method?
Let's look at it, I guess. Maybe we don't have the should custom string and we just pass the string or let it default.
Yeah, we don't have a should custom string function. So we have our should function takes a group ID or name, a feature name or ID, and hacks on those.
Oh, so where instance ID is optional, right? So we just need to pass the instance ID to the should function instead.
Oh, okay, cool. So then should will have a what do we say, instance ID.
Mm-hmm.
And that was equal to this one. Should be in list.
Yep.
What are you upset about? This expression was a string. Okay, that's fine. Oh, did that just auto wrap that? I feel like that's new. Oh, it's an option. Do I really? Oh, I can get rid of that. That'll be a tilde. There we go. And we'll come down here, do that. Paste that in there. There, and drop that in there. Look at that. We love to see green.
Hell yeah. Nicely done. Then after that, there's just like the should not be in list. So, you know, very similar to the last one we did. We just check it against a different string value and we expect it to be false.
Easy enough. Yoink that, GV, do that. Why did it not format? I guess it did. So in here, we'll say not. And then I'm assuming this should not be in list. Is that what we do here?
Exactly. Yep.
Oh, well, we scream it on the right, so we should scream it on the
Should
left.
not be in list. Right.
And then this should be error.
Oh, wait, do we expect an error from that?
Well, we expect the result. Well, what would we expect, actually? What
we would expect a Boolean.
Should not. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So we can do 2 tests here. So this should be is okay, actually. I just kind of assumed that we were testing the error case.
No, we're just we're instead testing like if they're just not in the list of users, which is totally fine, right?
Is not an error, and then we can do another assertion here, and this will be a check. This needs to return a unit. Check bool, and should be false, right? Should not selective custom string result should be false, and we can do false and result dot the value. Yeah. So the equivalent of unwrap. I don't think we have another unwrap function. Map fold bind or join value. I think it's or get okay. That's what we want.
Gotcha. Okay.
And this should be should. All right. Should be good there. And we get another green. You'll love to see it.
That is awesome. Hell yeah.
That's the beauty of obviously, you know, the pain has been writing our deserializers and JSON stuff, but like once you get your types nailed down in MKML, just it works.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Like Rust.
Yep.
1 second, Justine's calling me quick.
No rush. No worries.
Okay, and back.
Welcome back.
Can you hear me? I think I might have lost my audio.
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, shit. I lost my audio. 1 second.
No worries.
I don't know why this happens sometimes.
Test, test, test. Test, test. Oh, now I hear me. Now I hear me.
I hear you over my headphones. Hold on. They're reconnecting. All right. Can you try talking again?
Test, test, test.
There we go. I got you back in my headphones. Okay.
Cool.
Sometimes my audio will sometimes answer through my MacBook initially, or like when someone calls me and I don't pick up on my phone right away, it like rings on my MacBook too, and that like screws up my audio if I'm like on a stream or something. It's very weird.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've had that issue before.
Need to do. All right, so the next one is we're gonna test for our int and floats, I think, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, for the value stuff. Yep. Oh, actually, selective int and floats. Yes, sorry, my bad. Spacing. Yep.
All right, do we do this above anywhere? No. So it's just straight to selective custom string, selective custom int, and that is going to say number and 42.
Yep.
Okay. So let's grab. I'm just going to grab the normal selective string.
No, bup. That's such a good like Key and Peele skit. Yeah, and then bup. Wait, whoa. No. What do you mean by bup?
Key and Peele, honestly, like they probably have one of the top skit shows of all time.
Yeah,
love them.
Yeah, it's like actually right up there with Dave Chappelle and Chappelle's Show.
Yeah,
you know?
They're so good.
Yeah,
and they're both like talented, like out like in their own ventures too, like outside of their skit show.
Yep.
Are you a fan of Jon Stewart?
Oh yeah, he's great.
Did you see that he came back to the Daily Show?
I heard. I have not seen any like episodes yet though. I bet they're really good.
I caught a 7-minute clip on Twitter of his first episode back, and like the freaking nostalgia, dude. That's like what, like when I was in high school, like I used to fall asleep watching Comedy Central, so I'd fall asleep watching like Stewart and Colbert.
Yeah,
I did that for years.
Yeah,
and just having him back is just like, for better or for worse, like those two guys. And I know it's like, I mean, I feel like Stewart was kind of more sincere and serious than Colbert, but like very formative on like my political views on the world and stuff. So like having that back, it's nostalgic. I'm very, very stoked to keep watching.
Yeah, really awesome for sure. Yeah, like Colbert is like the character he was playing was really fun. Like that's why he felt insincere, because he was actually playing a character, you know.
Yeah, he's I also love Colbert for his love of Lord of the Rings. Like he's like one of the biggest Lord of the Ring nerds of all time.
Yep.
Did you know he had a cameo in The Hobbit?
No.
Yeah, he was an extra in the town that was like on the stilts in the water. They were in the bar before they went to fight the dragon or whatever. He's like a hunchback dude like in a cloak.
Oh, awesome. I'll have to actually look for that. Cool.
We went over to London last June to see an F1 race, and we were up in the Cotswolds, which is like the basically English countryside. And we stopped at the bar that the bar in the original Lord of the Rings is based on, and it's the bar where Tolkien used to sit and drink and write Lord of the Rings. He has like a whole corner in that bar where like he wrote Lord of the Rings and stuff. Yeah,
that's amazing.
It was super cool.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, that's really awesome. Sergeant Pepper is saying they've been there. It's a pretty sweet bar. Hell yeah.
Yeah, see? Yeah, it is pretty cool. It's like this really beautiful town, like in the kind of middle of nowhere in the English countryside. It just kind of crops up, and like, yeah, there's just this, I forget what the name of it is, but yeah, it's super cool.
Yeah, awesome.
Should selected int, and then this is going to take an instance ID, right? And this should be 42. The int. Whoops, forgot the colon.
Yep. So Voltagon chimes in. When their uncle was a monk, he was in England and made a tour bus driver stop the bus so he could go into that bar. Got a lot of weird looks running into there in his monk robes. I bet.
They've got like a big like Lord of the Rings map on the one wall. Like it's so cool.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's really cool.
There was also we did like a tour of Oxford University, and I don't know if Tolkien was a professor there or he was friends with C.S. Lewis, I think, who was a professor at Oxford,
Mm-hmm.
and they were the kind of friends allegedly that would just like argue about everything and tear each other's writing apart. And like there's another bar in Oxford where allegedly they used to sit and argue about each other's books and writing, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that sounds cool. Right? Like, having a friend that you trust to give you like the absolute like truth about your work.
Yeah.
That's huge. Yeah, I think Tolkien was Cambridge or something like that, right? Like
I don't
the
know enough.
university he worked at. I don't remember. I'd have to Google it.
Oxford's campus is just wild. It's like a castle.
Yeah,
Like,
Oxford is like the oldest university in the world, right?
yeah, it's really cool. Select event. This should be a string or int. And
Oh, okay. No, so he worked at Merton College, I guess. Interesting.
the dining room place in Oxford where they filmed Harry Potter was a sight to see. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, like where they're doing the food stuff in Harry Potter is
They
actually
actually-
like Oxford?
They did a bunch of shots at Oxford for Harry Potter.
I didn't know that. Oh. Huh. Well, that's even
Oh,
cooler.
yes. So this should be int. All right, so what do we do wrong here? So on the select event, we say number. That's our problem, not int. Hopefully that's our problem. Yeah,
Oh,
that
yep.
was our problem. Great. Love it when it works. So now we move to value. So we can go up and grab our last sync flags call.
So I'm missing a float one from the
You want to write that
Go
quick?
tests. Nah, I'd say we're fine for now. That's always something that I feel like I would benefit from like adding myself eventually anyway. But yeah, I missed it in the Go code too, so yeah. There'll be a big old sweep of me making sure that I have all these things like, fully tested.
Did I just lose my buffer or my paste? So this will be should value. And this will be value.
Yep.
And this will be selected, just value. And this will be value.
Yep.
And we pass. And next we do value string. Client.value string.
I like how fast the tests run. This is like another really nice part of OCaml.
Yeah. Did I show you the other kind of testing I learned about since we started this project, like the inline expect tests?
I can't remember. It doesn't mean you didn't show us. It just means I don't remember.
Do a quick little detour quick.
Yeah.
Let's see here. What is the command? It's like n new -s. Let's call it EOC. And essentials. Let me eval that. So in here, if I just go look at chapter 1, where do I have tests? I've tested a bunch of these. Let's look at the interpreter maybe. So I have a bunch of code just written in here. And then down at the bottom, this is actually like super nice. You can say, hey, I've got this test module testing something, and you pass in a module, and you can just say, well, I have nested modules here. So this basically you just say let percent test this, and then you can just do a normal function. You don't have to like set up all this stuff with alkatest and install async dependencies. Like you can just do it in line. And because these are controlled via our PPX system, so like our macro system, this code, when you build your actual binary, it's erased. It's not included in the binary.
Ooh, even better. So the alkotest stuff actually is part of the binary, huh?
No, because it's in a separate testing module. These are in line with the code we're testing, right? So this is like our actual like code, and then I just did it down here at the bottom.
Gotcha.
I wrote like a little testing module, but like I could easily just go up here and be like, for partial eval negate, I could be like let percent test partial eval negate equals, and then true equals true. Imagine this was some a function body where I was doing stuff.
Right. Yeah.
This would get erased out. So
that's even cooler.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that until recently.
Right, it can just live right within the same module. Yeah, that's huge. I believe you get a similar thing with testing in Rust. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a good macro system is really like the power there, right?
Yep. So now we do value. Right, so we need to do... I think we need to expose... Did you go on one of those rabbi's tours and you ended up at that bar? No, the only tour we did at Oxford, or really the only tour we did at all while we were over there was a tour of like the libraries of Oxford, which was super cool.
Oh, nifty.
And then, yeah, we just kind of like stumbled down a back alley, and like this bar is like literally tucked down like these back alleys. It was really cool.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
I think we need to go expose the value function in our client. Where's Vexilla? And if we ended up eventually refactoring to those like inline tests, we can like nix this private module, because the only reason we have this here is so we can export these functions or these modules to test.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's a good call too. Yeah, that cleans up a lot of the code then.
I think there's ways you can configure Dune that we could potentially prevent this, but I also have never messed with that a whole lot. All right, so value should be exposed now. So we should be able to come in here and do, we can just go up and copy our should. Grab those tests, come down here, paste that in. And this will be value. Value, it's the first one we do string, yeah. And this will be change word value. Let's see if I can guess this. This takes an instance ID, wants an empty string.
So hold on. Yeah, wait, instance ID there. Is that right? I feel like we don't need instance ID, and instead it would have like a default value that we would end up passing at some point.
Oh, it is. I just screwed that up.
Okay. Word. Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, right. So this will be default. And what else do you want here? What am I doing wrong? Default string and string. Unbound value. Oh, I probably have to build. That's probably why.
Got it.
And what does this one as a default will be a scalar value. So this requires a group key and a
Feature
key.
Yep.
So over here on the right, is that the default value? And this is the group key, and this is the feature key?
Yes. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I've got that a bit covered on my screen, so it's hard for me to see the exact part.
Oh, my bad.
No, no worries. Yeah, you didn't know.
Group key will be I'm gonna take this and just yoink that and throw that above here real quick.
Yeah, so group key is just value, basically.
I'm trying to remember what our types are.
So I believe that one would either be like name or ID. Right, so here it would be name.
Yep, there we go. Name, and that'll be value.
Mm-hmm.
And then feature key string. All right, what did we do wrong here? We applied too many arguments. Client
Looks like
default...
there's a quote that didn't get closed.
Oh, good look. There we go. Yep, that is it.
Cool.
We can do that. Value string. And then change in word value string is not an error.
Yep.
And green. Excellent.
I mean, basically, we just want to make sure that the string is equal to foo.
Cool.
Instead of the empty string that we had as like the default.
Do this, and we'll come here, and we'll say, ourselves the line here. Vapi test check, and string value should equal foo. And then I assume I just pass it two strings. And we'll do result.get OK of our value string result. I think I have an extra. Oh, we get a, right, we get a variant back. So,
oh, what do we get on the variant? Oh, it could have like some errors with it, right?
Yeah. Well, our scalar value can be a string, an int, or a float. Whoops, that's not what I wanted.
Right.
And we have to basically like unbox those.
Right, right.
So we can go back and we can just match on, let's delete this. Jump over there. That, and then we can match. Yep, do that. We'll have a string. Just do that. This indentation is wild here. Toggle our diagnostics. Match result, get okay. Should get the value. Should be a string. That's our scalar value. And we can potentially say alkatest. Check string. Actually, we can just keep doing, well. Value is equal to foo. And we say foo, and then we need this one.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. That errant like let underscore was throwing me off. I was like, how are we gonna share that? But now I get it. Totally makes sense.
This pattern matches. Is it just a normal string? Yeah. There we go. Oops. How did I do that? T-Mux. There we go.
What's up, non-major nerd? How you doing, Mister Sir?
All right, let's test that. Okay, that passed. Awesome.
Sweet.
And then our next test is going to be an int and then a float. Hi.
Hi.
What's up?
Can you feed the dogs?
Yeah, I fed him.
I love you. That's all.
Okie doke.
Come on.
So then we can copy this block essentially.
Yeah, looks like it. M colors. No, it's whiskey.
What whiskey we drinking tonight?
4 Roses, because it's cheap.
Ooh. 4 Roses. I need to pick up a bottle of Monkey Shoulder.
Oh, that's
Monkey
a good
Shoulder
one.
just showed up in our state stores again. It wasn't here for a while.
Really?
And for whatever reason, I think it had to do with tariffs last year. Monkey
Okay.
Shoulder got up to like upper 40s, which is crazy. But now it's back down to like $34.
Perfect.
And it's hard to beat.
And it's
Shoulder for
a Scotch,
just
right?
like a sipper. Yeah, Monkey Shoulder is a blended Scotch of 3 Speyside Scotches. So it's very like honey, orchard fruits, yeah, that kind of flavor, not smoky or anything.
Okay.
I don't usually buy blended Scotch, but when I do, I get Monkey Shoulder. Exactly.
Yep.
It's hard to beat as just like a sipper you don't feel bad about pouring anytime.
Yeah, I like that. Nice.
Okay, so now in here, we are getting, do we give a default in the Go code? 42 or 0? Okay. That'll be 0. And this will be int. And I actually probably do something like this, right?
So Islay's are Sergeant Pepper's jam. He loves Brooklodditch and Lagavulin.
Lagavulin's pretty good. I would have to say my favorite smoky scotch. Probably Lafroig. I like Lafroig a lot. It like I have to be in the mood to drink a smoky scotch or an Isla. But yeah, when I do, like Lafroig's probably the move.
All right. Yep.
Have you ever seen the YouTube videos of people trying Lafroig?
No.
Oh my god, it's so funny. It is hysterical. It's worth a watch at some point.
Okay. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper says they'll have to look it up too. I've watched enough Archer that I really want Glengooly to be a real thing.
Did I make it up that we're checking for 42? Okay, good. We're checking for 42.
Oh, yep, for sure.
Seems like a number you would pick.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
Ah, shit. All right, so
value int is not an error. What? Oh, it was an error.
Right.
So we got an error here. Okay. So let's figure out why. I wish this gave us some better.
Might work to look at the JSON real quick just to make sure we didn't blow it there. Just as an idea, like, I don't know for sure.
So when we look this up, I assume we're looking for this one right here.
So it's integer, not int.
That's what I get for not reading closely enough.
Nah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, I didn't remember that at all. And it's not consistent either, so that's my fault.
There we go. And then we can copy this down to here. Add article in there, paste that in there, and this will now be float. In fact, we can do the same thing as we did last time. And we can replace int with float. And replace that with capital F. Oh, right, because I'm passing it in over here. And the actual test, I think, is looking for
42.42, and 0.42 is the default.
Oh, God. I have this weird issue with tmux with one of my keybinds where I use control semicolon as like my prefix key. And then I have control or my prefix key M to basically toggle the other panes in the current window. So like that. But if I press control semicolon and M all at the same time, it opens another one. So if I do it too fast and I bump it, I accidentally open another pain, and it's so annoying, and I haven't figured out how to like disable that functionality.
So when you open up a new pane, it's a bit of a pain, you could say. Sorry, I had to do it. All right. Yeah, that's interesting. And is that maybe like an N key rollover issue, or is it just you type that fast?
I wouldn't even say it would be too fast. It's just, I would say it's more sloppy than anything. But it's also like really easy to do if you are going fast.
Right.
Because if you just don't let off your prefix, then you end up opening.
Yeah, that makes sense.
0.42. Whoops, I accidentally closed that. What is this upset about? This expression is type float to float testable, but his expression was expected of type A testable module testable with.
Does that float need to be capitalized?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, we had to do this before. I think we have to give it some precision.
Very Sean Connery of you.
Here.
Precision.
Precision.
Yeah.
Check bool. I think we were trying to use float before, and we ended up using bool because it was annoying, if I remember. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll just do that. That's easy enough to fix. And we can come over here and we can say float dot equal. And we'll say this is going to be equal to true. And this will be 0.42. Or actually, this should be normal 42, right?
42.42.
42. I have a similar annoyance in Tmux because I use Control B to switch, Control B W to switch between sessions, and my left control is a long press on Z, so I end up typing ZB W a lot instead of going to the session switcher. Yeah, it's like getting Tmux integrated. I only started recently using Tmux again in like the past 2 months, and getting like keybinds that are ergonomic with what my keybinds were for NeoVim was like kind of a pain. Like I've got it down now, but it was hard for a while to get stuff that felt right.
Okay.
All right, so we have a failure. I'm guessing that's because I am still requesting a floatager.
Nice.
That's
like a brand new type people just don't know about yet. No big deal.
Floatagers, the most space efficient storage mechanism for number types on new CPU architecture.
Yeah, exactly, Pepper. The name is the Floatager.
Where's our go? All right, so we've got our should stuff, and then I think you have some tests here on schedule stuff. But I think we have another file testing this, don't we?
So we have a file testing the scheduler itself, but not a schedule within our whole like schema, right? Within our whole big file, right?
So then let's.
So for the most part, this is to like check off the like the code coverage of our client.
Cool.
Because there are parts of it that would be scheduled still that we're calling out to.
All right, so we can do before global.
Sorry, non-major nerd jumped in. I love floatagers. Very precise.
Very precise.
Floatager. Yep. Sean Connery's favorite data type. Sean Connery. I love the floatagers. Yeah, I messed up the accent, but whatever, it counts.
What is the classic here? Between looking something up real quick.
Yep, no worries. You're the man, non-dog. That's the classic Sean Connery line I can think of.
What's the difference between you and a mallard with a cold? One's a sick duck, and I forgot the rest, but your mother's a whore.
That's from the Jeopardy, right? That's legit. Hell yeah. Shuck it, Trebek.
Classic.
Like, yeah, so good. Yeah, honestly, the Jeopardy episodes were the best. Right? Like, yeah, man. Just Norm Macdonald playing Burt Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, please answer the question. Hey, I got a big hat.
Norm Macdonald, he passed away, didn't he?
Yeah. Like, I think Alex Trebek has already at this point now, too. Burt Reynolds has passed.
Losing the greats.
Yeah. Sean Connery still alive?
I have no idea, to be honest.
He stepped out of Hollywood after making some real stinkers. So, you know, that's not his fault. But I think he might still be alive.
Let's...
No, he passed away in 2020. Shit.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, that's like way longer than I thought. That is so much longer ago than I was expecting. I do like the fact that he basically did League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and was like, yeah, I'm good on this whole acting thing now. My bad. What was I thinking? Oh, that new Skull and Bones game came out. I forgot all about that.
What is that? I've not heard about this.
It's a pirate game. It's by Ubisoft, so I'm reserving judgment. Unless it's free on Game Pass, I'm probably not playing it for a while.
Well, did Ubisoft help make Assassin's Creed Black Flag?
They did. Yeah, that was their game. And that's the best pirate game ever made. For sure.
100%. I sunk so many hours into that game.
Dude, just the sea shanties, right? Like, dude.
Yeah, dude, I used to load up the soundtrack on like Spotify and just listen to the sea shanties.
Yeah, like so good. What do you do with a drunken sailor? Like, yeah, that stuff's so fun. Like, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. That was like the last really good Assassin's Creed, too. I think their latest one, they're getting a bit of a resurgence because I think they ended up going away from like the scaling like enemy difficulty, which was just a terrible idea.
Is that where like every enemy across the map scales with you?
Exactly. Yep.
I hate that. That's one of the things I loved about like the older Elder Scrolls games and older RPGs is like if you wander into the wrong area,
you're just dead. Yeah.
You're screwed, dude.
Yep. Yeah, it got to the point where, like, in some of the Assassin's Creed games, like the Egypt one or the Viking one, like, towards the end game, like, some characters are just sponges. They take so much damage, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think that was the downfall of it. But still, I played the hell out of those games, so whatever. Couldn't have been that bad.
And this will be should before global.
Yeah. Yep. Or maybe scheduled before global? I mean, I think scheduled is fine. Yeah. Scheduled, like, should is fine. Yep.
Okay. And then this will be before global. And we don't need to give it an instance ID in this case.
Correct. Yeah, it's going to use our, like, standard instance ID.
Cool. That worked. So it should be false. We'll say what would be the best way to do this here? We can do an alka test. Alka test this check bool should scheduled before global should be false. And we can do result dot get okay. And that gets, what was the name of our variable?
Should before global? Oh, the result.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yep.
Okay, so that was true.
Ooh, really?
Does not equal false. We expect it to equal false. Get okay. Interesting. So after global, during global, before global daily. Before global.
Okay, yep. Maybe throw like a... Is there a way of grabbing like a good date dot now? Just real quick from your terminal, like Node.js or button style or something?
Yeah.
Just so we can compare that like start and end that we were just seeing.
What is it, bun REPL?
I don't remember. I don't use it enough. I should, for sure. All right, so that's the number value we want to be between some other things. And then, yeah, if we see where that JSON was.
Before global. Oh, damn it. What's interesting is that looked like we had 0 values.
So that would be the time, right? Rather than like the start and end. So start and end start time, end time are separate. Oh.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Wait. Before global daily, that was a weird one. But before global is the one we care about. So yeah, is the value we have between those.
So (170787). So it is before the start.
Okay,
Yeah,
and that should be
before the
giving
start.
us a false value then, right? Like it should be off. So it's definitely before the start. Yep, for sure.
Interesting. Okay, so let's go dive into that code. Let's get rid of this, close that, and what's interesting is I would have expected to catch it in these tests.
Oh, well, hold on, right? Those tests right there are not cached from any fetch. So are we doing our fetch?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's go back.
Yeah, we may not have fetched the scheduled events because they're their own separate, like, file.
Right here, this one?
Oh, scheduled group. Yeah, okay. All right, I just want to make sure of that. No, that looks totally right.
Some flags. Should be for global. All right, so when we go into should, we know this is returning okay.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, real quick, TS Clay, dude, Sinking Man of Wars, like, honestly, every single aspect of the piracy in that Black Flag game was just, it's the best pirating game ever made, until I'm thinking Age of Piracy or whatever it's called comes out, right? Irish John Games game. Are you familiar with Irish John Games at all, Dylan?
I don't think so.
Okay. He's a game dev here on Twitch, which is awesome. His game that he's been working on for maybe like 2 years now is actually getting released and published by Microprose, which is like the original creators of like Civilization, etc.
Oh, nice, dude. That's huge.
Yeah, like massively huge, like really cool. Ooh, and fun fact about like Microprose back in the day. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if anyone else that out there in chat knows this. You know how there's like Sid Meier's Civilization, Sid Meier's Piracy, Sid Meier's like whatever? The idea to put his name in front of the title was actually an idea given to him by Robin Williams. Because Robin Williams was like a massive gamer. Yeah, it's really cool.
Why this block of code is commented here?
I do not.
Start timestamp. Day 0 timestamp. I think we covered this. This doesn't seem like it would impact what we're doing here anyways.
Okay. I feel like we commented it for a reason, so like maybe just a comment above it saying like, why did we comment this? Like might be worthwhile.
Place it, because I remember you saying that you had come up with a way of getting around the like day bug.
Oh, that was yeah, that was the midnight issue, right?
Yeah, I think we commented that out when we were replacing it. And
yes.
I just must have never deleted the code.
Yep. Yeah, that was it. Okay, so that was the midnight issue. Yep, cool.
So we call is schedule feature active, and we get our attributes. That's fine. We go into is schedule active.
Oh, that's funny. Ninjatron just went live, and you're in their like go live message.
That's what made me pause right there.
That's what I thought too. Okay, yeah, I totally saw that as well. That was great.
He's actually learning Gleam.
Oh, that's like the cool elixir, like with types kind of thing, right?
Yeah, so it's actually, I would actually call it, how would I call it? I would call it Rust without the borrow checker.
Oh,
actually,
that's a different way of looking at that. Interesting.
Check this out. I think I am very, very bullish on Gleam.
Sure, yeah.
We'll take a little
That's fine. Yeah, we got the time. I do have to use the restroom. I'm sorry, I've been holding it. So one sec. Feel free to let chat know, and I'll be right back.
I will drop this in. I'm gonna go lurk his stream for a second, chat. If you guys aren't following Ninjatron, you should. He is excellent. Oh, dude, that background is sick. What would it take to get you to wear a Ferrari shirt? I don't dislike Ferrari. I would say I'd wear Ferrari merch. I like Carlos Sainz. I like Leclerc. I'm excited to see what Hamilton does at Ferrari. That's going to be huge. Um, I'm interested to see how they do this year. I still just want Lando Norris and Gasly to get this year. I just want. Really, I don't care if it's McLaren or if it's Ferrari. I just want Max to get the offense this year. I don't think they gave Sainz a fair shake. I actually think Sainz has made out better at Ferrari than Leclerc, minus press. Sainz has very much taken his um, like racecraft and decision making into his own hands a times, and that has served him way better than Leclerc. I think if Sainz would have avoided some unlucky DNF, like the car not being reliable last year, he would have beat Leclerc. He almost beat Leclerc 2 years ago too. I think Leclerc's still the better driver, but I think Sainz can be more consistent.
So I feel like your audio started going out a bit in some way.
It might be because I have Ninja. I was lurking Ninja stream.
Oh, I think that was it. Yeah, it got way better once you hit that stream. That was weird. Okay. I don't think I've seen that.
Yeah, so Gleam is super awesome. In fact, I'm going to grab a YouTube video to throw in here too.
Yeah, so real quick, let me just dive in and try and ask, why do you think it is more like borrow checkerless elixir, or sorry, borrow checkerless rust rather than just type safe elixir?
So the syntax it's going to look super similar to Rust. Like it is a C inspired syntax. So it's largely inspired by Rust. So
really? Okay. I mean, that right there looks to me like that looks a lot like Elixir to me, though.
I would say once you get into there's it's not using the module syntax. There's not a lot of atoms being passed around and things like that. So Gleam is a brand new programming language built on top of the Beam. So it's just like Elixir. It's almost like a sibling language to Elixir.
Mm-hmm.
It can compile to JavaScript and it can compile to Beam native code. I don't know if that's the right way to say that, but it basically does something similar to Elixir if you want to compile to the Erlang VM.
Right. Beam bytecode or whatever you want to say, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So unlike Elixir, which Elixir is working on getting types, Elixir will be like TypeScript in that it will have a gradual type system. And the type system that the Elixir team is building is based on this thing called set theoretic types, which they're touting to be, if implemented accurately based on the research, a completely sound gradual type system, which to my knowledge really hasn't been done before. TypeScript is not a sound type system. They knew that from the get-go, but Elixir is basically saying hey, we figured out how to build a gradual type system that can be sound. So that's interesting. However, Gleam, on the other hand, uses Hindley-Milner for its type inference. So it has the same type system as something like OCaml or ReasonML.
Okay, and that's like proper like structural typing, not nominal typing, right?
The other way around. It'd be nominal and not structural.
Oh, okay.
But it's really, I think this has a chance to be one of the best like introductions to functional programming. I wish I could find like where the, see what that does. Packages, not packages. I clicked the same thing twice. Yeah, like a little language story here. This is nice and short. Like, I feel like this looks rusty, right? Doesn't it?
The docs already look pretty rusty. But yeah, pub function, sure.
And like their API, it's like a very light and simple language, but it's still functional and has the type system.
Ooh, spaceship operator. Interesting.
Which
that was like that was like the two brackets next to each other, like the angle, like a.
Oh.
Yeah. It looks a little bit like a spaceship. Yeah, so that's how they do the concatenation with the spaceship operator. Gotcha.
I've never heard that called a spaceship operator.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I feel like I've seen it in a bunch of languages, but it may not be exactly that.
Let's see here.
Let me look at some other examples.
So this is going to be like Reason and OCaml, where you have different operators for ints and floats.
So I was wrong. Spaceship operator has an equal sign in between the brackets.
So just like OCaml and ReasonML, type annotations are completely optional, but you can add them. We have expression blocks, lists, tuples. I feel like this kind of looks Elixir if I understand tuples correctly in Elixir.
A little bit, yeah. I don't remember needing like a specific syntax like that octothorpe for tuples in Elixir, but it's been a little while, so maybe I'm forgetting that. The pattern matching looks very familiar. Oh, no if statements. Really?
They chose to keep it super simple and only have cases. So if you want to do if else, it's just a case statement on a Boolean and you have the two arms.
Interesting. Okay. I feel like if statements are really useful, but okay.
Same sort of pattern matching that we get in Rust and OCaml. We can match on strings. You can also match on byte strings like you can in Elixir and Erlang, which is really, really nice. We've got functions, the lovely pipe operator, which I love.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I actually filled out an application that asked me what my favorite languages were, which I definitely pushed back on, saying I don't have favorites, but if I'm going to build something, I'll probably prototype it with TypeScript, and then I just care about languages that have a pipe operator and pattern matching. So Elixir and Erlang are great.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so yeah, I definitely...
I think you'd actually probably really like Gleam, too.
Yeah, Gleam looks really good. I would say, does it have the ability to use existing other libraries from any other ecosystem, or does that all have to be like made from scratch?
So it can bind to any existing Erlang or Elixir package.
Okay, perfect. That's like the huge interoperability thing. Cool.
Yeah, so the exception is Elixir has this like tack-on macro system, which some libraries abuse heavily.
Yep.
Right now, it is difficult to write bindings to libraries that utilize macros super heavily.
Oh, so maybe Ecto doesn't work in Gleam yet.
I'm not sure. I know they struggle to bind to LiveView, but they have like their own solutions to like LiveView. But they have like a binding to OTP, which is like the foundational piece.
Yep.
So you get like the amazing actor concurrency model like out of the box with Gleam.
Yep.
And then on the JavaScript side, it's just like OCaml and Melange. You can write JavaScript bindings in a similar way. In fact, the Melange FFI library I'm working on is inspired by how Gleam does their FFI.
Oh, cool.
Should I see here? Custom types. So this is going to feel like the same deal as creating variants or enums in Rust. Yeah, it's super nice. It's super friendly. When you get into things like results, like it basically teaches you how to use monads without ever telling you you're using monads.
That is amazing. I think
library.
as a vocabulary word, monads actually confuse people more than they help.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Yep.
Like try and then these are aliases for the same function, but really this is what binding on a monad is. Like it
cool.
says, like their description here is updates a OK result by passing its value to a function that yields another result and returning the yielded result. This may replace the OK with an error. The input is an error rather than an OK. The function is not called and the original error is returned. Like this is like the most succinct description of how like the result monad works.
Right. Yeah, and I think that makes sense. I've always forgotten, what is the difference between a monad and a monoid?
A monoid has two functions. I think it's like return and join, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
So monoids are specific about like the methods they
Concat.
add. Ah, okay.
Yeah, empty and concat are the interface that makes something a monoid in category theory.
Okay, got it. Gotcha. Okay, cool. And real quick, counter on. I posted it for you. No, thank you for that link. They posted a link called "Destroy All Ifs," and I am looking at that now. And they talk about what the root problem is and some of that. So that might actually have informed why they didn't do the if case as well.
Potentially, yeah. So Louis, who's the creator of Gleam, gave a talk at FOSDEM. I'm not sure if that's the right way to say that. Like a week or two ago, and basically they're getting ready to release the 1.0 version of Gleam like within a week or two. So it's like pretty much there. So highly recommend watching this talk. It's super interesting, even if you would never care to use this just from like a software engineering perspective. It's super cool. So yeah, highly recommend y'all checking that out.
For some reason, wearing like the dress shirt and vest and like a bow tie together really does scream like I'm going to be teaching y'all about functional programming today.
Do you remember?
Yeah.
Do you remember the Immutable JS by Lee Byron back in the day?
Ooh, I remember No, I don't remember that talk.
It's probably my favorite conference talk of all time. I'll pull it up quick,
Sure.
just because it's so good. And like this is another talk that I think like will outlive itself because it's less about Immutable JS as a library and more about the persistent data structures that back Immutable JS. And Lee is incredibly entertaining.
Cool.
A bunch of the data structures in Immutable JS are inspired by like the persistent data structures from Clojure.
Ah, okay. Yep.
See, same deal right here.
Bow tie and a dress shirt, right? I'm going to be teaching you some functional programming. Yep, exactly. 1000%.
Both of those videos are well worth, even though Immutable JS has left the limelight and isn't really recommended anymore, or not the hot thing anymore.
Nah, we just
underlying
reach for
software
Immer
engineering.
instead. Like same
Right.
thing. Tomato, tomato. You know.
Exactly. But super super cool like stuff under the covers. I remember watching this conference talk. I must have been like 23, a relatively junior dev, and like seeing how some of this stuff worked under the covers, it just like blew my mind. I'm trying to see if there's like gets real into like how some of this stuff works, how the maps and lists are implemented. It's very, very cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've never seen this talk. I feel like I might have watched it at one point and then just forgot about it. Because I was a big fan of watching like every conference video.
Yeah. What's up?
the can at Kirkland guys.
Malort.
Malort.
Do you know what Malort is?
I've never seen that before in my life until now.
Chris, do you know what Malort is?
I mean, is it like Milady?
It is not like Milady at all.
Ah,
It's the
okay.
worst alcohol.
It is a drink from Chicago.
I've never heard of it.
And it gets worse somehow.
When you go to
Ooh, even PM Walls is like, yeah, I may be like old, but yeah, it's terrible. Like, you know, like, oh my god. Malort, that's how you spell it.
In a bar in Chicago, you absolutely have to order a shot of Malort and then DM me and let you know you've tried it.
Okay. If I ever have a
Rite of passage.
layover in Chicago, I will absolutely have that happen. It's like the drink equivalent of Finnish fermented fish. Gross. Gross. Oh, brutal. Oh, God, what's the name of that Finnish fish? Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. It's like, it's so gross. But some people love it.
For another reason, that one I forgot until now. I'm gonna go upstairs, go to bed, shower, all of us up. But one, trash and recycling.
Yeah, I know.
Will you take it out? And two, I have cycling in the morning, but Murphy will be here at 7:30.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, that's all.
So when we get our schedule type from this JSON, this comes from our test server, right? Is that under packages?
Ooh, Joy Query. Ooh, I love that name, actually. They say that it's actually made in Florida or originated there, but Chicago kind of like accepted it as their own, which is interesting.
Oh, I didn't know that. You could probably start some wars on Twitter by stating that claim, because I know Chicago people feel very, very strongly about their ownership over Malort.
Ah, okay. I would also say that they're adamantly against being related to Florida. So, yep. Tomato, tomato.
Which one of these files is this? Here we go.
Ooh, they're pointing out, hold on real quick. Their coworker brought it in as a joke, and now that's all he drinks, and we hate him.
Psychopath.
Yeah, exactly. Nice.
There's no chance this is the thing we're pulling, right?
That is part of the top level features. No, that is not what we're using. That is just like the top level definition that we use to like set up some of the lookups. So yeah, anything within features there is really not representative of the actual values, but I do need to try and make it more accurate.
All right, so we come into global. Now is literally our now timestamp. We go into global. We get beginning of start date. The start date is going to be schedule.start, which is this one. We turn it to a date. We turn that into...
I just want to chime in. When we do now, is that in seconds or milliseconds? Is there any possibility that that's how we're messing that up? Because the values set within our timestamps in the JSON are going to be milliseconds.
That could be it.
Okay. Just throwing it out there.
That's a good question. Update time.
Because I think our unit tests for the scheduling are actually calling is schedule active with now, and we're passing the now to those. Whereas instead, in our top level function, we're calling it with like our own passed in, like now.
Of in seconds.
Oh, we are passing is schedule active, so never mind. That might not be the issue. Shit.
So there's peak. Is that the same function? Daytime. I think daytime. Oh yeah, daytime was our own little wrapper around p time.
Okay, got it. And we are multiplying
Okay.
it by the 1,000. Okay.
Or we're dividing by 1,000.
Oh, wait. Well, if we're dividing by 1,000, we should be fine anyway, because if we're using the divided by 1,000, like the seconds instead of milliseconds by default, then, you know, just dividing it by 1,000 at least aligns like our serialization of it. So that should be okay.
I wonder. That's a float of int. That goes there. We divide by 1,000 p time. So we're saying this is, we're converting it to seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we need to convert this to seconds? I wonder. All right, hold on here. We can probably just add some logging here and just help ourselves out.
Yeah, I like that.
So let's do format dot print. Sure. And then we'll do a then okay, false. Does the beginning of the start date tell us anything? Probably not much. Log that, and then we can come down here. Schedule start time, end time, time type. What is our time type on this?
That'll either be like none, start, end, or daily.
So none will return true. I wonder if we're hitting this case here. So we're probably, this probably is not resolving to true.
Okay.
So if now is earlier than the beginning of the start date, or now is later than the ending of the end date, we return false, which is what we expect, right?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that should actually be returning before we get to the true, right? Time. What a bastard.
Might have to do this.
Here? Yeah, I do logs like that all the time. Hell yeah. Nice.
String. Why is that upset? What did we do? Okay, we're good there. Maybe if I do it here to print and do this, you gonna be happy? All right, let's try running the test this way.
Sure.
We're still logging the whole JSON block somewhere, so let's scroll up. ID.
Oh yeah, that could actually be a bunch of noise at some point, huh?
Yeah, I'll. All right, I'm gonna actually get rid of that logging.
yeah. I think that's prudent.
Is that? Are we doing that logging in our test?
That I don't know. I don't remember that part.
We would have to be doing it in. Well, I guess we wouldn't have to be. I guess we're not. It's got to be in like our sync flags then, right? Because we're logging the response. Right there it is.
Oh, okay, cool.
Well, that logs the group ID. For all JSON, group ID, for all JSON.
Yep, there it is. There it is.
I don't see our logs at all.
which means we're not hitting the blocks that we thought we were, right?
I guess not. Should schedule before global should be false. Yeah, that should be printing. And we were in schedule here. I'm surprised we didn't even see any of this.
Yeah, I'd probably throw a log just to make sure we're even hitting that function, and then I'd probably throw another just to like see what's up in like a branch. But like realistically, it's such a quick test that we can just see if that here gets like shot. Like, yeah, no big deal. There you go. Adding another, worth it.
Okay, there they are. Here. So we've got the double question mark here's.
We're not getting the exclamation points. Okay, good. I think that was intended,
though,
right? Hold on.
Shouldn't we be falling into global? It's a global schedule type.
You're right. I think we should. Yeah.
All right. So it sounds like more JSON problems. All right. Global schedule type toString. We say deriving of JSON. That's our problem because this is really bad at doing this. So we'll say let schedule type yeah, this is actually what we want.
Ooh, you got that real quick. Yeah, I love that feeling when you recognize the pattern of a bug so much that like you know exactly where some code needs to go. We've had that happen a few times here on stream where someone's like, hey, I have this bug happening and I can't figure it out. And I just randomly like shouted out like a thing that they probably just didn't realize. My favorite one is when they're logging things, but they're logging like full objects that need to be expanded and not realizing that when you expand it within DevTools, it gets evaluated at expansion time, not when you logged it. So yeah.
Wait a second. We just duplicated that function.
Oh.
We had that already.
Yep.
Schedule type of your JSON. It should come across on a. So S will be global. We say okay global. That looks good. Where's our? This thing is going to have schedule type. Where do we use this? The schedule type is part of the attributes of a feature. And
yes.
This is a toggle feature. So schedule type of your JSON. I wonder what this is returning us. What is schedule type? We'll say schedule dot toString. And that'll be schedule type. You can just do the old app. Maybe we can't. I need parens. All right. Just add some noise here.
That's a bunch of noise.
It's global.
Yep.
Okay. That's weird.
So I think here's the trickiest part. Is there a way to isolate only one test at a time?
Not the way we have it written, but we can comment out code.
Okay. Right, because we jammed it into like all one big thing, right?
Yeah.
And what up, Rabbit? Rabbit. Yeah, hey now. Kermit the Frog here.
Scheduled group. We can comment that out.
Hold up. Have you seen the movie Knives Out?
I think so. Does that have the crazy ending?
I mean, it's one of those like murder mystery kind of films, right? It's got Daniel Craig playing like the guy with the southern accent, who's the detective, right, or whatever.
No, I have not seen Knives Out. I'm thinking of a different movie.
Okay, you should definitely check out Knives Out. Okay, never mind. I don't want to spoil it.
I'll have to put that on the list.
Yes, absolutely worth watching. It has James Bond and Captain America in one movie, and neither of them play that actual character. Ana de Armas, was that like the main actress, like the help, the nurse or whatever her name was? If so, gotcha. Yep. Okay. Yeah, kills it, dude. So many good actors in that film. I was trying to remember why I mentioned it at this point. Oh, because the lawyer in the film is actually played by Frank Oz, who was the original voice of Kermit the Frog here. And I didn't recognize him because he's super old now.
Okay, we are now isolated on that one test. So we can go back and add logging.
Oh, yep.
So we want to go, where were we? We were in our types file.
So Cotter wants me to type as well so that we get dueling ASMR. My keyboard doesn't sound nearly as good. These Cherry MX greens are beautiful, but they don't have the thock that we're hearing from DM Mulroy's. Yeah, that thock. Whew. Beautiful.
So we didn't see that log. Let me just triple check. Yeah, I'm not even seeing this log in toggle of JSON here. Which is weird.
Ooh, so hold on, Cotter. The big thing is DM Mulroy has done some work to like enhance the thock, right?
Yeah, admittedly, not a lot. Like I'm not a huge keyboard nerd or anything like that. Like this is the first time I've ever done anything with a keyboard, and the only thing I did with my keyboard was I looped my switches, which is it's annoying as hell to do, but it's very easy to do. It's just time consuming. And then I did 2 mods, which are also stupid easy and stupid cheap. I took blue painter's tape and put 3 layers over the board under the keys. And I bought, I don't even remember the name of foam, but just real thin foam. And I cut it out to the shape of my board and put it underneath. And that's like the only stuff that I have with my keyboard. Like it's nothing fancy at all here.
So Cotter was mentioning like film. That's basically the painter's tape thing, and then adding an extra bit of like foam really does like prevent too much of like the echo within the keyboard, right?
The thing that made the biggest difference, without a doubt, was putting the painter's tape in.
Painter's tape. Okay.
Yeah, that like instantly transformed the sound of my keyboard.
Interesting.
So if anyone's looking for like a easy, cheap way to get your keyboard sounding thockier, just unscrew your base plate, pull it apart, put down 3 layers of painter's tape, and call it a day. It's gonna sound way deeper.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done the Thoc thing, but I just had different keycaps. Mine were the, they're like mock Topras, right? Like electrocapacitive and super good, right? So yeah, I really like the electrocapacitive keys. They're really nice. Saltburn, I don't know what that is there. Rebbit. But yeah, not sure what that is.
Are these all toggle?
Yes, every single like scheduled one is a toggle. Oh, so hold on. Rebbit, you're mentioning a film called Saltburn, and it's a relatively new movie, according to me too, right? Trying to remember. Hold on, who all's in it? Yeah, I don't know specifically. 2023 release. I want to watch the one with Sam Rockwell, Argyle. I want to check out Argyle.
I'm very confused right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going wrong here. Like, I'm really hoping that you can figure it out, because like none of this stuff makes any sense at this point about like why we're not getting to the point we wanted.
All right, so the test we have isolated is saying I wonder which one of these this is actually failing on. Let's make sure that that's not an error. Isolate there.
Oh yeah, interesting. Me too. I don't know any of those actors by name. I'd probably recognize a few, but yeah, no idea.
So this is an error in and of itself already.
Oh, hold up.
So that, yeah.
So this is like we're hitting an error because it's not
so
okay. That makes so much more sense actually though. Which is why we weren't seeing the logs previously.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are getting, I mean, I don't even know if we're getting here.
Okay. Hurt? And again, like, not a big deal.
Nope, we're not even hitting is schedule feature active.
Oh. All right.
Yes.
So again, like, major value to making sure we had a test for this. Right? At the top level of checking scheduled stuff, because, right? Like, our scheduled function is right, but, like, this part is not. So, yeah. Okay. I don't think we even saw what you just did, huh? Oh. Yeah. Huh. Okay.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. All right. Okay, so how are we bailing out before that point? Is that like a parsing issue?
Sync flags must be.
Right, like that must be failing. Okay.
I wonder if this is going to be something really stupid. Did I copy the names of all this correctly?
It happens. Like when I say
Chris.
something is stupid,
Chris.
no, it's fine. There's no problem here, man. Nothing's fucked here, dude.
Do you see what the problem is? I think I know.
I don't see it immediately because I was like BSing, but yeah, I probably should look closer.
Oh, no, I was wrong. I thought I had schedule instead of scheduled. Never mind.
Oh, that would have been so brutal. Oh, okay,
I thought
okay.
that was it.
Whew. Oh, man. That was like a nice, easy check. All right, cool.
Sync
Cool.
flags, we hit scheduled. Just, that's the same. Okay, and then we say scheduled and before global, and this should definitely be a name. Both of these should be name, right?
Yes. Yep.
Before global. Before global. So I think let's comment out these ones too. And then we could just do here, hold on.
Yep. No rush.
We want to take from here up to here, comment it. Or no, we need the assertion. We need one more level up. And then we find that and get rid of that. Okay. All right, so our sync flags is definitely failing here. I wonder if we can raise the error, because we should get back flag group not found or a message of string. So let's match on that.
Mm-hmm.
And we can say message, or what was it? Flag group not found. I don't know what's up with the syntax highlighting.
I know, that went really weird.
That's not what it was. And then we have backtick, message, stir. And we're just gonna fail with in here. Oh, I guess this will be error. And this will be error.
Oh, right. Yep.
And then we can just like ignore this. We'll just say fail with whatever. Flag group not found.
Interesting. So we might want to like just print out the flag groups if we can after trying to rationalize them.
Where would we do that?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let me think out loud here. The main gist of what we're getting there is like we have the client. Could we just print what's on the client?
Potentially, probably.
I know we might have made some stuff like private or something, but honestly, if we could just do a print client dot flag groups or whatever, that'd be cool.
I don't think we're hiding. So that's a hash table. So let's see. We should have hash table dot. Let's see here. We can go to a sequence, and then we can print each one. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's do that.
I think it's weird that there's no like easy like print of a hash table.
There's no easy printing in OCaml, like period. We don't have polymorphic printers, which is a pain. We have like deriving stuff which we could add, and you can do like deriving show, and then it's kind of like debug, I think, in Rust.
That makes sense. Okay, I get that.
Which almost might be worth even just adding right now.
Yeah, I think so, because we may have enough like other types that we just need to log easy rather than like wanting to write some BS for it, you know?
So let's see if I have our deriving PPX in the Dune project. PPX deriving. Okay, so we have that. And then in our lib, we can come into here, Oh, we already have it added as a preprocessor. Okay, so I think I can just do deriving show, and it's going to be upset because we're going to have to go add this to all our other types. That's okay. We don't need an S expression. We need show hash table. Oh, right. Hash. This is why I think we've tried this before, and that's why we're not going to be able to do this super easy.
Ah, okay. Yeah, no worries. Whatever. It's fine. Maybe just like utility functions for logging random other stuff would be worth it.
I'm going to just print all of the members of that table real quick.
Right, would that be like a good utility library at some point? Just like, hey, here's some like utility functions to print out most common data structures. Here you go.
Probably. That would probably be worthwhile.
Okay, just thinking out loud.
Let's see, we can do this, and then we can say hash table.
I'd call it pretty print if needed. I don't know if there's another thing taking that name, but yeah, I would fully call it pretty print.
To sequence. We get an AB, perfect, and we can do a list of sequence. And then
So Joy Query chimes in. JavaScript can do it. Just saying.
Great. Just what we want is JavaScript.
Yeah. I feel like you just got banned on their channel. Like, no big deal. Was it worth it, Joy Query?
Client.
Printy, the pretty printing lib. There you go.
We do have a convention of making functions called PPs in OCaml for pretty printing.
Okay.
It's very much a convention. That's actually the function that show macro creates. It derives PP functions, and then show wraps the pretty printers to printing on string output rather than like standard out or something.
Would there ever be a time to classify it as a small or large PP?
For sure. Depending on the number of fields on your record type, it could be a very large PP or a very small PP.
All right, there we go. Nailed it. I feel like we just jumped into like the Primogen is going to actually send us a cease and desist for stealing his humor.
What's the girth on that?
Yeah, exactly.
Type.girth.t is not...
So girth is the function arity, right? Totally. No big deal. The length
our value
is the runtime.
Let's return a unit here real quick. Our key is a string. Will our key tell us anything?
I'm not sure, but I do need to go grab some more water. So give me just a little bit. And I think we're making some good progress.
Yeah.
This is good. So yeah, continue doing the thing you're doing.
Let's see here. Where was I just going to look? At groups. What is a .t in here? It's this thing. Sure. Let's just try printing. Format print the key. Oh my god. I don't care about an unused variable. I need to figure out how to configure Dune to... Really? Do we not even get there? I am so confused. Whatever. Okay, so we at least see that. I wonder if it might be telling us that our flag groups is empty on that fetch. Because if we're not seeing the key,
All right, so I am back.
yeah, we're not getting any keys here on the flag groups. Flag groups is empty.
Wait, not a single one, huh?
Yeah, no.
Huh.
Interesting. But it's getting pretty late for me. It's almost 10, so we can push this to yet another week here.
Sure, absolutely. Could we look real quick at the function that is doing the sync flags and like the setting of stuff
sure.
real quick? I just want to like have a good thread in my head of what's going on.
Yeah, I'll even write a note here. Is flag groups appears to be empty on this fetch. So when we call sync flags, we go to here. We call get with our client and our fetch hook. It passes in the group ID or name. We go into get. Get is going to pull out the key. That looks good. And then we're going to get a group ID. We're going to fetch with the group ID to whatever that is, .json.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to parse the result and just return that out.
So I don't see that being set on our table then, right?
Is this test still failing? So this, oh yeah, because we're getting flag group not found.
Oh.
So we're hitting right here. Yeah, we're ending up right here, and we're not getting any further than this. In fact, we're not even making the network request. We're gonna basically hit here and just no op the rest of the function and return.
Wait, did we comment out the fetching of the manifest?
The fetching of the manifest
inside of our client test?
Sync flags. We might have.
Yep. Yeah, we totally did that. So that would be the major reason why flag groups is empty there.
All right, so we need to do, we can just keep that test and comment there.
Yep.
Okay, so that at least now passes.
Okay. So I think we're at a good point. Yeah, that was a major portion of why we were seeing that flag group be empty, because we weren't syncing the manifest, which means we wouldn't get to any other part. Now, that doesn't solve everything we have as a problem now, I think, right? But it gives us at least like more of a heuristic of like where things were failing.
I'm actually confused why we didn't see this log. I want to try one more thing here. I want to try uncommenting this block. I would expect to hit this arm here where...
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense. JoyQuery is asking, does OCaml support a debugger?
There is one, but it is it has been unmaintained for quite a few years, and I think development on it just re-picked back up. I've never used it.
Okay. So logging is really like the tried and true, like the main way.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
we don't get an error. So we get our flag groups back. So let's slowly re-add some of this back in. So there's our next test, and then we can comment these out. Where is that? That line, and this line. All right, so we're passing up to this point.
Okay.
And then should all right, we're passing there. Wait, what? Now I'm confused.
So the entire issue we had before was that the check was false when it should have been true. So like we weren't getting an error when we were properly
right.
like doing the sync manifest, right? So it's really just that last test that was failing on us.
False result, get okay.
But at least we ruled out like, hey, why isn't like the flag groups filling in? Like, no, that was just, yeah, commented the wrong thing out. So we're still getting the failure there, right?
Yep. So let's write a note
Mm-hmm.
for next Tuesday. We need to take a closer look at the I guess schedule code.
I think so. Yeah, it's got to be something in the scheduler at this point.
Interesting. Okay, well, at least it's not a JSON problem.
So far, at least, right? For
yeah,
sure.
Knock on wood.
Yeah. But
I actually got roped in this morning to starting to work on Surday, which is Leo's replacement for YoJSON. So
awesome.
I'll have some experience with that, and we can rip out YoJSON and have a better thing at some point.
Hell yeah. Like, we made it into a really good raid chain. Basically, I raided Spiridon yesterday, who raided Togglebit, who raided Leostera, who raided Emil, who raided Nate Codes, right? And I'm pretty sure I was lurking Nate Codes and saw you, like, chatting there earlier.
Yeah, I ended up at Nate's stream. I went on to Dave Sancho's, like, podcast, MLTV, which is, like...
Oh, is that how you pronounce it? MLTV? Gotcha.
Or ML, like
ML.
like the ML.
Oh, that makes so
it's
much
like
more sense.
a camel podcast, basically.
Gotcha. So I just called it Emil because why not? But yeah, I get it now. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you keep track of a raid chain?
So basically, when I end stream, I raid someone, and I have my chat just like alive on my Mac Mini. So then, like, as they raid people, I just get the full list of like who I rated and then who they rated after that, basically.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Cool, man. Well, we will hopefully knock out some more daytime logic bugs next week.
I think so, yep. But we're really close. Like, this is looking really good. Yeah. Man, thank you so much for the help. Like, this is really fun as well. Just, like, seeing how this stuff gets implemented in a language completely unfamiliar to me.
Yeah, I think we have, like, a pretty good API here. It's just some of this algo test is more painful. Like, I definitely wish I would have known about, like, the inline test. I think that would have let us iterate a little bit quicker and easier. And then obviously YoJSON just having such poor error messages has led to a ton of pain too.
Yep. So. Agreed.
Sweet, man. Well, I am gonna go take out the trash and recycling, and then probably just lurk Ninjatron because he's trying out Gleam on stream. So
yeah, that sounds awesome for sure. Yeah, sounds like a great lurk. Might even be where we end up rating. We'll see.
Sweet, man. Well, thank you, chat. Thank you, Chris, and we'll catch you next week.
Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for driving us through the OCaml stuff, and I'll see you next Tuesday. And yes, I was really hoping to say that phrase. Nailed it. All right, later. Yeah, the whole being able to say "see you next Tuesday," like, I'm really proud of that. I'm pretty pumped on that, actually. Okay, so I'm not sure that I'm totally done yet. I can get some music going. I can close that out at least. I gave you a project idea? What is that project, Cotter? To unrust your Go? Ooh. Pun intended. Ah, sounds fun. So, hold up real quick. Pre-baked beats. When you ask what is a runtime flag, you're talking about Vexilla itself, correct? Feature flags are only valuable at runtime. If you're doing feature flagging based on environment variables, you are actually still dependent upon your release process. So instead, you need to evaluate flags at runtime. And that's the most important part there. So, yeah. I hope that makes sense. If I could explain it more, think about a mobile app, right? The worst case scenario when it comes to releasing. So what is a feature flag? Real quick, a feature flag is a thing that tells us whether a certain thing should be on or off. And I'll explain a use case for a mobile app real quick. Let's say I've got some mobile app in which I want to show a holiday theme during Christmas. Just for that one day, maybe 2 days. I want to show like some snow falling or something, right? In the UI, just for fun. Number one, you need to make sure that feature is actually shipped out to users ahead of time because you can't expect everyone to download and install an update immediately, right? So number one, it needs to be shipped ahead of time as a mobile, like part of your mobile app. Number two, it needs to be really like runtime evaluated because your deploy process of a mobile app is really slow. It could take, at a bare minimum, 1 day. You're pretty much never going to get your app approved on the same day you submit it. So bare minimum, you're delayed by a day. In a common case, you might be delayed by 3 or 4 days as the reviewer of your app on the mobile app store actually pushes back and says, hey, this thing needs to be fixed before you can actually launch this update. It doesn't matter if you got approved before with that thing existing. It only matters what the current reviewer thinks. So if there is a thing blocking your app from getting published, even if it was published before with the same problem, it's a problem now. And you need to fix it before you can actually publish your update. And that can easily take up to a week with the back and forth between you and the reviewer. So the key is, can you ship the update without actually enabling the update way ahead of time? Absolutely, and that's what runtime feature flags are basically for. To decouple functionality and turning it off and on within your app from your deploy and publish process. All right, if I wanted to have a feature flag for showing a certain theme in my app on the iOS App Store, I would actually need something that shipped that feature early, and then we turn it on based upon other logic, right? And that turning it on at runtime is what feature flags are best for. If you're using environment variables for it, surprise, you're not actually doing feature flags properly. You're just doing environment variables. And that's a separate thing. They're totally separate. So yeah, a small bot that counts raid chains. So that's the thing there, Cotter. The tricky part is you'd have to build up a bot that actually lives in multiple channels to actually get like a bigger like map of the ecosystem and how these things connect and wire up. Otherwise, you're just in one channel and you only ever see where it goes, and that's it. So instead, you need to actually spin up multiple instances and then have those instances live in multiple channels, and then you could properly map a raid chain like network. It's the main reason I haven't built it yet, because I've been thinking about this for a long time. A really, really important and useful tool for this would be a bunch of bots that aggregate their data together and creates a broader map of raid chains and how these things tie and connect up to each other, etc. And that would be the magic of it. But realistically, you know who would actually be able to do that better? Twitch. Twitch has all of that data already. They wouldn't even need bots. Twitch could just comb their database and create that entire tool. So that is one thing. If you want to try and monetize it, just recognize that Twitch could eat your lunch immediately, if they cared enough. Plot twist, they don't care. So it's totally worth it, until it isn't, you know? So yeah. Just want to code a bit? Honestly, that's worthwhile. Yeah, right? Just create a bot, a single bot that just follows the chain, you know? Maybe it just stays in one channel and waits for them to raid someone else, or it just resets after a time period. I don't know. Implementation details, totally up to you. But I think there's some like value to what we're talking about that, yeah, you know, depending on how you want to do it, no problem. I would say seeing a graph of just like coding channels doing it would be worthwhile. So then you only maybe need like 10 going at a time. All right, so real quick. Oh man, is my YouTube still going? Did that shit pause? Did I blow it? Did I hit a button I shouldn't have? No, it's still going. Okay, cool. I was worried there for a sec. But yeah, let me update my title. We're no longer having DM Mulroy as a guest. Ooh, so Sergeant Pepper, you could do that. Yeah, for sure. You could do that. That is absolutely doable. But I still think there's like effort involved with it to make sure that you're like following the chain too. Again, I'm not sure. I haven't built a bot around any of that. Ooh, like 100 channels max. Yeah, that makes sense. I get that. All right, so we updated our current thing. No, so I had a very different thing. I built Raidy or Not. Raidy or Not is only for tracking raids in relation to my channel. Which means, yeah, have someone raided me more recently than I've raided them? Well, yeah, I probably owe them. So I should do that. So yeah, ready or not is a very different problem to solve. Yeah, that was a fun one. I really like the idea of it. I don't use it nearly enough. I probably should. Absolutely. Like 1000%. I should be using it more. So real quick, as we're jumping back into what we're building, and, you know, we got like a little bit more we could improve about what we're doing. Let's double check this. This person is part of the anti-if campaign. And holy shitballs, they are jacked. Why does he look so sad? Because his shirt's too tight. That's why his arms look so swole. Right? Can't scratch the middle of his back. Yeah, exactly. Ooh. I can't be the only one that's seen that clip where someone's like, you know, razzing some bodybuilders and he just puts a sticky note in the middle of their back and they're reaching for it and they just can't do it. That bit's so good. I love that bit. Oh, that one's solid. Sorry there, John A to goes. We're not trying to roast you. Honestly, great work. Good job. If you were like chubby at one point and you're that stacked now, you win. Great job. Like, really solid, man. If you were never chubby and you just went from like skinny to buff, that's less cool, but still admirable. And if you were always buff and you're just more buff now, man, no one cares. Yeah, this link was provided earlier by someone whose name I'm totally forgetting right now, and I apologize. Who did that one? Counteron. Countorin did it. And yeah, so they're saying this person... Oh, no, John Deb is a different person. John... This is a separate person. John Deb might be different. But yeah, like, they posted this, and, you know, it makes sense. I would say just simply that an if is still valuable, even if it's syntactic sugar for something else. I still think single ifs for, like, guard clauses are incredibly useful. I don't want a pattern match on all that. I want to bail out as quick as I can. Can I just do a guard clause using an if, please? Thank you. Multi-level if can actually definitely be an issue. I get that. And in my code, yeah, we do it enough that we've got issues with it probably too. But don't you dare try and tell me I can't do a guard clause where I think it's necessary, because then we run into major issues. Right? Like this right here, I could have just done a guard clause instead of nesting all this other stuff. And then it's just simply like, if Vapi public key doesn't exist, then return. Bim bam boom. Guard clause. Nailed it. Yeah, return fast, return early. I really like the idea of a guard clause. So Neshlab, yes, there are some people out there that, hey, if you're returning from an if, you shouldn't use an else. I disagree, because the else adds context to what you're reading that you might miss by neglecting to see the if or the return keyword. But if you see an if and an else, you know that you're already in like branching logic rather than just an edge case. I think there is something readability wise that is worthwhile from an else or even an else if. I am not in the same camp as people that think else after a return is a problem. I think it actually sets expectations. And knowing those expectations up front in a really clean and scannable way is hugely useful. Because we don't read every single word or every single line of code. We scan code. Optimizing for scannability is massive. At the bare minimum, your indentation helps in that regard. I'm pretty sure the Primogen disagrees with me, and that's fine. That's totally fine. So it's more like if a thing, return a thing else, and then like you actually get immediate semantics of, yeah, this else is in the context of that original if, right? It's not something that you have to infer from scanning the code. It's actually more obvious, right? And my biggest thing to push back on the Primogen in general is an else after a return is explicit rather than implicit. And he doesn't like implicit. He hates implicit returns. Why would he push back on something that makes stuff more explicit? He actually likes code being explicit, saying exactly what it does, rather than relying upon language semantics for implied logic. So here's the thing, right? That's my point there, Sergeant Pepper. If he doesn't like implicit returns, he will actually spell out a return, and that's fine. That's actually totally okay, and I agree with that. But if he wants to push back on implicit returns and implicit, he should probably embrace the more explicit of other situations too, just to stay consistent. But he isn't. He is actually inconsistent in that regard. I find inconsistency the number one problem towards code readability. If you're not staying consistent with the patterns you followed already, you've made your code way harder to read than it should be. So yeah, like that's the only possible way I could push back on Prime's no else statement mentality. It becomes implicit rather than explicit. And that's a problem. That's a major problem. In my opinion, I prefer explicit because it's easier to scan. We spend more time reading code than we do writing code. Optimize for readability every single chance you can. So yeah, I personally think that Prime is just inconsistent. And he is the type of person that would push back on that inconsistency, right? So I'm actually more Prime than Prime, right? More human than human at this point. Because I'm recognizing a point at which he is not consistent with his rhetoric. More Prime than the Prime. More Prime than the Prime. So you have a question that can be a bit dumb. You're studying clean architecture. Front end like Angular React has something similar. When you try and understand clean architecture, the biggest thing you can take away is that it's an opinion about what makes architecture clean. Same thing can be said about Angular and React as well. There's going to be room for nuance between opinions because there's no hard and fast rule about what makes one clean and one not. In my opinion, that's the big caveat there, you will never see me use an async pipe in a React template, or sorry, in an Angular template. Because in my opinion, that is actually moving the logic of what you're doing to the template, when instead the template should actually only ever be representative of your underlying state. If you're adding an async pipe to a template, it's no longer underlying state, it's state contained within your template. And that is so much harder to reason about, so much harder to trace and understand. I am massively against the async pipe in Angular. I don't like it. Nope. It introduces problems more than it solves problems. So, if you were to look at clean architecture as far as Angular people are concerned, they would say just use the async pipe. And I would simply say no. Don't do it. Because if you do that, it means you have more than one place to look at how your data fetching is resolved. When instead, your data fetching should live at your top level route component. And that all that route component does is pass data to other components. And those presentational components decide how things render. If you only have one place you need to look when you're dealing with data resolving, debugging an application becomes really easy because there's only one possible place that bad data could come from. Right? There's only one place that failed resolution could happen. So I am very much a proponent of smart components and dumb components, and those are like the worst terms for that. I mean, more like logic components and presentational components. Presentational components should never handle logic themselves. And that's my biggest pushback on RSCs in general. RSCs actually encourage you to move your data fetching farther down your component tree, which means that it's harder to trace when things go wrong. So I am pretty much against RSCs as well, unless you're only using them at the top level route controller. Sorry, this is an opinion that might be outdated and probably not as acceptable nowadays, but it is massively useful when you're dealing with large-scale applications that do a lot of data fetching. And that's basically every dashboard app you've ever seen, because all they do is data fetching and then mutations. That's all the app does. There's no server-side rendering. There's no like BS that you care about for that, because your dashboard is unique to you as a user. So server-side rendering that makes zero sense to me. Absolutely none. Why? Why worry about that? You're just adding latency to the requests. I would simply just say the majority of applications on the web are dashboard applications. So at that point, RSC is an edge case. It's almost meaningless to me. For the problems I've had to solve, RSCs don't solve any of them. Not a single one. When I'm building a dashboard, RSCs are meaningless. Oof. And yeah, so we're out of whiskey. I'll let a sleeping dog lie. I might be wrong and I might just go grab some more. But that'll be for gaming stream. So here's the biggest thing. Anyone that wants to subscribe or gift a sub to someone, or spend 100 channel, or sorry, not channel points, but 100 bits. Can we double check this? Is my bot working as we expect? All right, so there you go, Sergeant Pepper. Ooh.
Thank you for the bits. S9TPEPEPER _ would be a mystifying alchemist of spices. Hailing from a lineage of the world's greatest chefs, they possess the
Alchemist
ability
of
to manipulate and control
spices.
all 9 sacred spices to disarm villains and ward off evil. Their journey began after discovering a secret family recipe and their destined superpowers. From turning invisible with pepper dust to creating protective force fields with turmeric, S9TPEPEPER _ is an unassuming but versatile hero. Their spicy spirit and passion for protection make them a truly unique superhero.
Spicy spirit. Ooh, all right. I like it. I like it. Next one should kick in here soon.
Theodore Farnwood would be a master of identity and transformation. Their superpower lies in the ability to shape-shift into any human being they have ever seen, adopting not only their appearance but also their voice and mannerisms perfectly. Their origin story reveals a mysterious encounter with an enigmatic figure during a solar eclipse, which
Ooh, solar eclipse.
Theodore Fallon uses their power to infiltrate criminal organizations from within, dismantle corrupt systems, and bring justice to the oppressed while always staying one step ahead by constantly changing their identity. With an indomitable will and a heart for justice, they navigate the complexities of identity in the modern world.
There we go. That one was good. And we got one more. It's happening here soon, I hope.
Neshlab could be a prodigal technopath from a lost cyborg civilization. They harness the ability to communicate and
the
control
lost
hardware and
cyborg
software to their
civilization?
will. This unique skill was awakened after being struck by a surge of electromagnetic energy during a potent solar storm. Neshlab uses these extraordinary abilities to shield the digital realm from villains, defend against invasive cyber attacks, and counter digital threats, all while advocating for a harmonious relationship between humans and technology. Their courage and brilliance are a beacon in the digital landscape, making them an important safeguard of our modern world.
Nailed it! 3 for 3, well done. It did the cue properly. Like, dude, we're done, right? We just need to improve some of the logic and some of the code here. This is amazing. The queue does not have a max size, so for a large stream, it would just keep going. Do we want to test it? Wink. Yeah, totally not trying to extract more money out of y'all. Wink, wink. Double wink. There we go. Nailed it. Double wink. Oh, you're right. The voice is not in clips. That's how I have the audio set up. Of Alan, you can actually go extract it from the YouTube feed, right? The YouTube VODs are actually there, so you can download the YouTube VOD.
Harness the power of robotics and AI with a
And it will be on the YouTube
machinery
VOD.
needed for the challenge at hand. Their superpower includes interfacing with any technology telepathically, allowing them to control devices and machines at will. Originating from a gifted coder who experienced a freak accident in a robotics lab, John 905R's body fused with advanced nanotechnology, transforming them into a cybernetic hero dedicated to protecting the digital and physical world from threats.
Nailed it! Thank you, Neshlab, for that gifted sub. Really good, John 905R. Yeah, so of Alan, it is over in the VOD on YouTube. So we have it as thank you for the bits. We could actually just fine tune that if we want. Yeah, let me go fix that real quick. Thanks for the support. Published. We're done. So let me tell you the story of, and it would just stop at of though, because we can't plug in that value yet, right? All we can do is like the initial message they'll say, and then passing the value to it is separate. No, that was great. Yeah, thank you for the support. Or thanks for the support. Boom. Nailed it. Nailed it. Yeah, damn right, Alan. This is a thing you could actually launch up on your own, Mr. Sir. Right? Host it yourself, create your own bot, etc. You can't use my bot. You're going to have to go make one on Vapi.ai. Maybe sign up for it using my affiliate link that makes me zero money, but lets them know that people are signing up because of me using the service here on stream. And yeah, my goal is to actually eventually make this into like a Twitch extension. Because then I collect 30% of every other extension and the bits they collect, right? Or every like instance of it. So yeah, at some point, I think an extension is the right way to go for this. I think major value. So much so that I might start working on it like off stream at some point. I might do it here on stream, right? I'd love to keep working on Vexilla though on stream. So yeah, I might do a little bit of fiddling with it. It does have BeginBot vibes because he does the voice thing. Absolutely. He does that voice thing, but he never made it into something other streamers could use. He only made it like his own thing. And he's got all that crypto money, so like, you know, he doesn't even need to worry about if he's making a profit or anything. You'd almost delay Vexilla for it. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, any profit we could make is money in the bank, right? You're not wrong. That's probably a good idea. The monetizing of Vexilla is like way more delayed. No, you're right. You're right, Four Wheel. We'll think about it. We'll decide what we do on Thursday. Because tomorrow, I'm taking the day off. I got an interview in the city that I go and chat with someone. And it's also Seattle JS. Wednesdays are typically a day off for me, so that's fine. But yeah, like, honestly, tonight and maybe tomorrow morning, I need to put in work actually editing together the video of this whole process because there is major value from this. I might be able to convince a couple companies to do like a part-time thing and then we're good to go. And then it's not even like stagnant for a single company. I don't know, X Factor. You should probably try it. Wink. Wink. Anyone want to try it? Like, maybe X Factor doesn't have to, but anyone should give maybe an anonymous gift and see how well it works. Double wink. Bueller. Bueller. I get it. Yeah, if no one's interested, that's fine. We can call it good. I want to make sure you get the chance to do so before I decide to raid someone. So if anyone wants to do it and test it, wink, wink. Double wink, no big deal. All right, who is streaming right now? Oh my God.
Thanks for the support. Vaterz is a superhero who wields the incredible power of water manipulation. They can summon tidal waves, create bubbles of air underwater for breathing, and even control water in its solid and gaseous forms. Their origin story begins in a remote village plagued by drought, where they discovered their powers amidst a desperate plea for rain. Embracing their newfound abilities, Vaterz now travels the world, protecting it from environmental disasters and those who seek to harm nature. With the fluid grace of water, they adapt to any challenge, embodying the strength and versatility of the very element.
With the fluid grace of water. Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, with the fluid grace of water. Yeah, that was solid, right, Vaders? Hell yeah. Honestly, I like this more and more. Yeah, she's really good, man. We could change the voice as we see fit. The extension would have to do so, probably. Yeah, I really like what we've done. I do need to maybe end stream so I can eat some food and end at a reasonable hour so I can actually drive into Seattle tomorrow and all that BS. Man, we've done a really good job today. Yeah. Thank you, DM Mulroy, for all that awesome work. That was amazing. I'm thinking we go raid Ninjatron, right? Yup. Yeah, we're gonna go raid Ninjatron, for sure. Could we charge different prices for different voices? We might want to do that based upon, like, the provider of the voice, but other than that, probably not worthwhile. And really, like, it's not a big deal. Like, I don't think the cost is, like, it's gonna be a couple pennies between them. It's a bit meh. Right, the model here might matter more, but barely. So yeah, let's go raid Ninjatron. Let's do that. They've raided us a bunch of times. We see DM Mulroy over there just chilling. We see Leo Stera. We see Metame. We see a really good crew over there. So we're going to go do that. We're going to go raid Ninjatron. For sure. I'm really happy with what we have here. I'd love to maybe like publicize it just a little bit more, but there's a bit to it that I think is tougher. So we'll think about that. Yeah, I hope tomorrow goes well too. Yeah, I basically need to come up with a bit of like content strategy as I chat with the CEO of this one company. And yeah, I need to have some like really good like ideas and thoughts for the type of content I want to make, and I think some of the engineering I could do. Right? I think for the most part, I actually like show the value of my stream every single day, right? Especially with doing a thing like what we just did for this take home, right? So yes, I'm hoping to convince some company to pay me for doing what I do in general anyway, and maybe I just start streaming earlier in the day because that's part of their, like, you know, the hours they're paying for, and then I got my main stream in which I can work on my stuff. I can do both, right? So let's hope, let's pray, like, you know, if you pray, I don't know, let's play. I'll see you over on gaming here in a little bit. Gaming stream, Griffing and Chill. See you over there in a sec. And let's go say hi to Ninjatron. Later.